225 million years ago, at the beginning of the Mesozoic era.
Paleobirds are dinos 1, paleobirds are dinos 2, paleobirds are dinos 3.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Oh, what a time and oh, what fun playing tag with the iguanodon.
Choo choo.
nitrogen?
Dinosaurs always ate their vegetables.
we now recognize that birds are dinosaurs, what I study is the long, deep evolution of birds from Mesozoic dinosaurs.
The very concept is unimaginable. Why, if that happened, we wouldn't have a chance. How could we possibly hope to fight them?
We couldn't, you're right. You're right, Mrs. Bundy.
Hurry up, children. Finish your lunch.
Are the birds gonna eat us, Mommy?
Birds have been on this planet since Archaeopteryx, 140 million years ago. Doesn't it seem odd that they'd wait all that time to start a war?
Who said anything about a war? All I said's...
Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals.
It is the most intelligent, adaptable, and successful hunter on the planet.
Look at the gap.
That's not bad for a quadruped. You gotta check your mirrors, just the side of your eye. Side of your eye. Success.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's so good to see everybody here today. Happy Thursday, happy Thursday Birds Day. We're gonna have a fun stream. I'm glad you're here. Not only will we be doing our typical Thursday Birds Day festivities, looking at various birds that members of this community have gone out and photographed. Birds like this. Agent Orange, thank you so much for the 10 gift subs there. Really appreciate that. We're kind of far from our goal, but you're helping us get a little closer. Thank you, Agent Orange. And check out this beautiful Tinamu bird. So excited for those 10 gift subs there. Extraordinary. Oh, shoot. Darn. Thank you, Agent Orange. Appreciate you. Yeah, we're going to be doing Thursday Birds Day. We've also got some fossil bird news. New publications on giant penguins. Giant Paleogene penguins. I think they're about 40, 50 million years old from New Zealand. We'll be talking about that. And we'll also be talking about Protoceratops. How this animal changed through its ontogeny. It may have actually moved through different ecological niches may have changed what it ate at different growth stages, what we call ontogenetic niche partitioning. This is something that I think is really, really important for understanding the paleobiology of dinosaurs. So we'll be looking at that new publication as well. Pretty excited about that one. That's right up my alley. But yeah, anyway, if anybody's here for the very first time, what are my manners? Let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So trying to give you a first-hand peek into what paleontology is all about. Trying to show you how we do fossil science, why it's important, why it matters, why you should care about it, why it's relevant to your everyday life. Paleontology gives us a perspective that just about nothing else does. If we want to understand our place in the universe and how we got here, we've got to study the fossil record. It gives us insights that, again, that you can't get anywhere else. So we'll be talking about that tonight, as we do every stream. We'll be doing some, I think, Metazoa, and oh, and then there's that video that we were going to watch as well. I've got on my agenda the realistic Tyrannosaurus fight one. I think that's going to be interesting too. So we'll jump into that in a little bit. Anyhow, good to see everybody. Before I forget, let's do a quick Blue Sky post. And Metazoa, there you go, Petrodactylus. Yeah, nice. Here, don't give it away if you get it. But there. Let's see. Let's see if that looks any good. Yeah, that'll work, I think. We'll run with it. Crop. We'll do save as. Beautiful. We'll go ahead and get it posted here. It's Thursday, Birds Day again, and we'll be talking about giant Paleogene penguins, Protoceratops diet shift through ontogeny, and other new paleontological publications. Join us now at twitch.tv/paleontologizing. There we go. Yeah. And oh, interesting there, Dr. Tara. Thank you for posting those. Twitch screenshot of me in my office with 3D printed Protoceratops skull and Archaeopteryx specimen, flanked by various framed figures of Protoceratopsids and birds. live on Twitch. There we go. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. There we are. Here is a link if you'd like to engage with that post right there. Good stuff. Yeah. Good stuff. And it then did says proto-aliens. It didn't autocorrect to that, did it? You're startling me here. Alt text. Yeah, Protoceratops skull. There we go. Yeah. Anyhow, good stuff. Protoceratops is a really cool critter. We'll get to this in a little bit. But, yeah. 6 guesses in Mesozoic. Very nice, Petrodactylus. That didn't take too long. Here, let's go ahead and do that ourselves here. There's a little warm-up for today's stream. Let's play some Metazoa here. For anybody who's unfamiliar with it, this is a guessing game. There's a daily mystery animal, and you can try and figure it out using an evolutionary family tree as a guide. Kind of as, you know, that's your mechanism for figuring it out. It's kind of like Wordle, if you've ever seen that game. But instead of a mystery word, it's a mystery animal. Give me a placental mammal, chat. I usually like to start off with a placental mammal. Placental mammals are ones that, well, that's most living mammals today. Placental mammals are the more derived group of mammals outside of monotremes and metatherians. So we've got mammals, monotremes, the egg-laying mammals, echidna and platypus. These are monotremes here. They're the earliest outgroup of mammals, the most basal of mammals that are alive today. Then within therian mammals, you've got the marsupials over here, but we're ignoring those. We're going to go for placental mammals. This game seems to be kind of heavily skewed toward placental mammals, so it's usually a nice place to start. So we're going to go ahead and start there. Let's see. A possum is a marsupial there, Dr. Terminator. Yeah. Possums are marsupials. Okay. We want a placental mammal. Oh wait, placental, rat. We could do rat, yeah. That'll put us over in Euarchontoglires. Let's do that. Let's start off with a rat. And, okay. It's not a Euarchontogliran mammal, but it is a Boroeutherian. So it's a broader group. So that's cool. We can knock this off. We know that it's not part of this group, but it is a Boroeutherian. So if it's not on this branch, it's got to be on this branch here. It's got to be some kind of Laurasiathere. So these are lions and tigers and bears, bats, hedgehogs, tapirs, rhinos, horses, all kinds of critters like that. The bats are a highly speciose group, Squiggles, so it could be a bat, but I'm not really sure how many bats are in Metazoa. Let's just search bat. It gives us 2 options. So I don't think it's going to be a bat. Unless Flying Fox isn't on there. So yeah. Just by the numbers, it's probably not a bat. It's kind of crazy. Bats, there's over 1,000 species of bat, and yet there's only 2 of them in the Metazoa database, apparently. It's kind of crazy. So anyhow, I'm guessing it's... Here, what I'm going to try and do is let's try and knock out the artiodactyls. The even-toed ungulates. Cloven-hoofed ungulates. Yeah, I don't know. Give me the name of a bovid, chat. We talked about bovids the other day. Bovids are cows and antelopes and goats and their relatives. Clipper says ox. So an ox is, I think that's Bos Taurus. I think it's the same thing as like a cow. Yeah, cattle, in parentheses, ox. Let's try that. Oh! Our critter is an artiodactyl. Well, well, well. Okay. Excellent. Cattle. Okay, okay. So... it didn't tell us that it's a bovid or anything like that, so we can pretty much cross off this group here. We know it's not one of these guys. Or else it would have said bovidae, it wouldn't have said artiodactyla. So we can safely cross off that group. It could still be one of these critters. Could be something like a deer or a moose. Could be something like a giraffe or a pronghorn. Or it could still be a whale. Whales are kind of artiodactyl as well, and so are hippos. So what we'll do here is... let's try a whale. Let's go big. Let's try blue whale. And, oh, okay, it is a kind of whale. It's not a blue whale, though. We're getting close. And this is great. So far, we've only had 3 guesses. And we're really, really close. I think we're doing pretty well here. It's a member of Cetacea, which is a subgroup within Hippomorpha. Cetacea are the whales, including dolphins and porpoises. And given that it didn't say, like, Mysticete whale or something, didn't say this. Blue whales are part of this clade. I bet you it's a toothed whale. An odontocete. So it's either going to be a dolphin or it's going to be something like an orca or a narwhal. Narwhal, dolphin, porpoise, they also have that. Porpoises are a kind of odontocete cetacean. Vaquita they don't have. Narwhal they have. Orca. Let's try dolphin. Because I remember not too long ago we guessed... we already had a narwhal not too long ago. I want to say that was sometime back in the spring or something. And I want to say that we've also had orca recently as well. So let's try dolphin. And, okay, it wasn't a dolphin, but we're on the right track. It is an odontocete. One of the toothed whales here. So let's see what other options are. They do have narwhal. They do have orca. They do have sperm whale. Let's try sperm whale. It's not a sperm whale. And it's not a dolphin. Beaked whale they don't have. They don't have pink dolphin or river dolphin. Let's try beluga, I guess. Beluga whale. Let's give that a shot. We're so close! Monodontidae. So I know what this is now. Fin-toothed whales, you've got these different clades. Monodontidae. Is this clade right here. Containing only 2 species alive today. The beluga and, of course, the narwhal. So it's gotta be a narwhal. I thought we just did narwhal recently, but... there we go.
Hold on to your butts.
And that is it. Yeah, nice. Yeah, we used more guesses than I would like. That was 7. Not our best game. But, yeah. It was pretty decent, though. I was overthinking this. I'm like, didn't we just do narwhal? I guess they repeat more frequently than I anticipated. But yeah, pretty cool. Let's take a look at a little video about narwhal because they are such neat critters. spell it right. But they are such cool critters. Let's see here. Trying to find you a decent video. Let's take a look at this from Real Science.
For centuries, humans have been entranced by the mystical powers and ethereal beauty of a mysterious, spiraling horn.
Huh.
A horn that was thought to possess magical qualities, from purifying water to counteracting poisons and deadly diseases if ingested. Its power.
And their pike is a kind of tooth, or yeah, so it's one of the, it's either an incisor or a canine, I forget. But it's one of the anterior teeth. I think one of the premaxillary teeth. Forms the tusk, as we call it.
Powers were so sought after that Queen Elizabeth paid
£10,000
pounds for a horn in the 1500s. 6.3 million pounds in today's money. But Queen Elizabeth and all the other purveyors of this magic horn got certifiably bamboozled. The horn they so coveted was a real thing, and it probably inspired the unicorn legends. But the actual creature is not quite so ethereal. Maybe you're thinking, that's still a majestic creature even if it's not a unicorn. Yeah, maybe you would think that until you learn that that spiraling horn is actually a tooth.
What difference does it make? It's still cool. I'm sorry, I completely disagree with this. I think she's way off base. This animal is way cooler than a horse with a dumb horn on its head. This is a zillion times cooler than a unicorn. Like, what are they talking about? This is so cool. Ah!
Think that until you learn that that spiraling horn is actually
That's a bad take there.
An extremely long, weird bucktooth. The narwhal somehow gets away with this, but any other animal with a single 3-meter-long tooth would...
Ugh. What is this, some, like, AI trash here? Forget this video. Let's find a better video on narwhal, shall we? This is dog water. Here, take a look at this. Our Planet on Netflix. How cool is this creature? They are so cool, Petrodactylus. Narwhals are amazing animals. So this has got to be a bachelor herd. It's a canine tooth, okay, not an incisor. And they are asymmetrical too, where Petrodactylus is talking about this. They're off-center a little bit because it's either the right or the left canine that grows out in males to become the tusk. So it's like, it's a little bit off-center. It's weird. Check this out. Narwhal skull. Look at that. Yeah. Pretty neat. I wonder if this is available for 3D printing. Can we download this? Alright, this one's not downloadable. But I bet you we could find one on Sketchfab. Check that out. Super cool. So see how it's off-center like that? Yeah. Pretty awesome. Yeah. This isn't even a particularly long one. Narwhal skull. Downloadable. Alright, there's one that's downloadable, and I guess it's a female skull. Either that or it's a male skull missing the tusk. No, that's a female right there. Yeah. No, that's a dolphin cranium. What am I saying? Anyway, cool stuff. Yeah. And I was taught that it comes out of the nostril. TDA penguin? That is incorrect. No, the nostril is on top of the skull. It's the blowhole that these guys have. There, check it out. That's the nostril on top of the head. The blowhole is the nostril. Yeah. So do narwhals not have teeth for eating? Murph, I don't think they do. I think they're primarily suction feeders. Anyway, this is cool. You can see this guy's got his tusk on the left side. This guy's got his tusk on the left side too. I wonder if it's usually on the left side. The skull that we saw was also on the left side. Huh. I don't know. Narwhals are so neat. It's kind of a counter. This one has it on the right. Oh, hang on. No, I've got the image flipped. This one also has it on the left side. That means the other ones had them on the right? Left, left, left. Huh. Anyway, narwhals are really neat because they kind of remind me of some fossil critters. People say, oh, you know, what I wouldn't give to be able to see this or that animal alive. You know, something like Dimetrodon with its big sail. Like, how cool would it be to see this animal alive? Or even something like Protoceratops. These really weird whales that look like walruses. And they've got these crazy tusks that come off like that. How cool would it be to see that animal alive? Again, not a walrus. This is a whale right here. That like convergently evolved to look like a walrus, essentially. Like, what an insane animal. How crazy is that? How cool would that be? How cool would it be to see that alive? We have that with narwhals. We can see them alive today. They are still around. It's incredibly cool. That was Odobenocetops there, Crimson. Odobenocetops. There's the females. And juveniles, probably. This is so cool. How lucky are we to share our planet with amazing creatures like this, you know? This is not some fantasy monster. This is a real animal. Alive right now. Pretty wild. Very, very cool. And Angriest Naturalist is correct. Occasionally they are born with 2 tusks. It's rare, but you do get 2-tusked narwhals. It's something like, well, I don't know what the ratio is. But occasionally it does happen. What's even more rare than that is for a female to have 2 tusks. Females usually don't have tusks. as a rule. But sometimes they do. Sometimes that happens. I think there's only like a handful of recorded cases of a female narwhal being born with 2 tusks. Usually they have 0. So yeah, pretty neat. Pretty neat. Petrodactylus says they must be so well coordinated to swim so close together with those tusks. So I'm not totally sure what the tusk is used for. It might be like a sensory organ. Given that it is a tooth that's rooted there in the mouth, you know, teeth have nerves associated with them. You know, anybody who's ever had a toothache or something can tell you that teeth can be very, very sensitive. That might be what the tusk evolved for. I'm sure it's also for display, given that it is a sexual dimorphism thing, like it's probably sexually selected. So it might be that the males with the biggest and most pronounced tusks are, that gives them kind of an advantage in courtship. Let's see, tusk and dentition. Tusk grows through the animal's life, reaching lengths of 1.5 to 3 meters. So it can be up to over 9 feet long, just the tusk alone. Pretty crazy. It's hollow and weighs up to about 16 pounds, 7.4 kilos. Some males may grow 2 tusks, occurring when the right canine also protrudes through the lip. Females rarely grow tusks. When they do, the tusks are typically smaller than those of males, with fewer noticeable spirals. Or less, I guess the spirals are less noticeable. Okay. Wanderstick, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Current scientific consensus indicates that narwhal's tusks are secondary sexual characteristics, which indicate social status. Further functions of the narwhal tusk are debated. Well, some biologists suggest that narwhals use their tusks in fights. Others argue that they may be used in feeding. Tusk is also a highly innervated sensory organ. What did I tell you? Right there. Highly innervated sensory organ, with millions of nerve endings, allowing the narwhal to sense temperature variability in its surroundings. May also detect changes in particle concentration and water pressure. Huh. Very cool. Alongside its tusk, the narwhal also has a single pair of small vestigial teeth that reside in open sockets in the upper jaw. These teeth, which differ in form and composition, encircle the exposed tooth sockets laterally, posteriorly, and ventrally. Weird. Huh. So these guys have essentially gotten rid of all their useful teeth, except for that tusk. Because what do they eat? Specialized in a restricted diet. Probably suction feeders, like I was saying. Arctic cod are said to be the most commonly consumed prey, followed by Greenland halibut. So they're eating fishes, and they're just slurping them down. Very cool. They also eat squid, apparently. Right? Polar cod, redfish. Oh, Boreoatlantic armhook squid. Also, yeah, interesting. Anyway, really cool critters. Narwhals are pretty amazing. Yeah. Snakes, no. Petrodactylus. Lots of animals. This is actually really common among the odontocetes, among the toothed whales. A lot of toothed whales lose their teeth. Not all toothed whales have teeth. Ancestrally, they had teeth, and many species of them do still have teeth. But in lots of them, like the beaked whales, these are my favorite whales, the Xiphiids. Some of the least known of all whales to the general public, and to scientists as well. There are some of these guys who have never been seen alive. There are several species of beaked whale that they might as well be like cryptids, you know? This is one of the things that bugs me about cryptozoology, is that, like, there are real animals that are out there that we know of that nobody's ever actually spotted in the wild, but we know for sure exist because we have physical specimens of them. We have beached carcasses and stuff like that. But, like, That's an animal that's real. Like, go out and find it. That's so cool, you know? You could be the first person to ever see one of these animals and record it alive, you know? There's several species of beaked whale that are like that. It's so cool. But anyway, a lot of these guys, their beaks are essentially toothless. The males often have just one set of teeth, basically like little tusks, and they use those for fighting each other. So those are the tusks on a male beaked whale right there. Yeah. But yeah, with a toothless beak, they're just slurping down things like squid and stuff like that. Just swallowing them whole. They're not puncturing them or holding them with teeth. They're not chewing them up. It's just, they go up near a squid or something and they just go and just slurp it up like a big noodle. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Yeah. There you go, Agorist Naturalist, yeah. And goose-beaked whales. Interesting, Jazzy Cat, yeah. There's an excellent book on beaked whales. I wonder if anybody will be able to guess the title. Where did I put it? Oh, here it is. It's not in my marine biology section. I need to reorganize some of this stuff. It's called Beaked Whales by Richard Ellis and James Mead. Good stuff. This is the book on beaked whales. Really cool. Yeah, here, let's find Andrew's beaked whale. Because that's one that's named after Roy Chapman Andrews, who discovered the critter. Let's see. Andrew's beaked whale, page 39. There we are. Mesoplodon bowdoini. This is roughly what the critter looks like right here. Among the little-known beaked whales, Andrew's beaked whale is among the least known. It has never been seen alive, and is known only from a few dozen stranding records. So the males have got one set of teeth, so just one pair of teeth in their mouths. Those tusks right there. Yeah, not a whole lot known about this critter. I think that's one of the things I like most about beaked whales is it's like a fossil animal that's still around today. They're very furtive, very mysterious. They live way, way, way out in the middle of the oceans. They are extraordinarily deep divers. They're one of the few creatures that dives deeper than leatherback turtles, in fact. Among mammals, it's beaked whales, sperm whales, and elephant seals. All dive deeper than leatherback turtles, and that's it. But yeah, they're such cool critters. It's just amazing. Yeah. And this book looks awesome. It's great, Petrodactylus. It's really nice. It's a little pricey, though. But I was reading through this at the library at Berkeley. And I told myself, oh, man. I gotta buy myself a copy of this. I like it so much. So I brought this into the field and was looking at it with Fisher. And he was like, this is great. Holy cow. I love a book where it's like, here's everything we know about this particular subject. At the time that this was published, this was like the most comprehensive compendium of information on beaked whales anywhere. I'm sure there have been it's probably still the best single source of info outside of Wikipedia. But yeah, I'm sure there have been other papers published on these critters, and there's even been a few new species discovered since this was published in 2017. But, yeah. And then just some of the stories in here are bonkers. Where's the ginkgo-toothed whale? Here we go. This is disturbing and absurd and kind of darkly funny. The story about the discovery of the ginkgo-toothed whale. You ready? In September 1957, a live beaked whale came close to the shore at Oiso Beach near Tokyo, where some boys were playing ball. Oh, that's nice. The boys waded into the water and killed the whale with their baseball bats.
What?
Yeah. That's how this whale was discovered in the first place. Why is everybody... When Nishiwaki and Kamiya examined the specimen, they realized its measurements and proportions did not agree with those of any known species of Mesoplodon. And they therefore ventured to settle a new species for the specimen and designated it as Mesoplodon ginkgodens. So the teeth look almost kind of like ginkgo leaves. So yeah, the ginkgo-toothed whale. The trooper says, "Oh my, the story started so nice." Yeah. Crazy. Anyway, there's all kinds of bonkers stories about beaked whales like that. They're such a fascinating group of animals. Ginkgo-toothed whale. Here we go. For a lot of these, you'll just see illustrations because I think some of these guys have never been spotted alive. But here's one on iNaturalist. I guess these one. Well, I guess those boys did discover it alive, and they decided they would correct that. But anyway, yeah. Anyway, beaked whales are so weird and cool. There's like a mysteriousness about them that it's kind of hard to beat, you know? I should print a beaked whale skull at some point. I've got a lot of beige color filament. And, let's see what we got on Sketchfab. Free for download. Mesoplodon peruvianus. Right here. It's not the coolest looking skull. Ooh, Blainville's beaked whale. Well. Oh, that's right. I already have this one downloaded. But this one, Blainville's beaked whale, which was, I guess, discovered or named by French naturalist Henri-Marie Descartes de Blainville. He named this whale, and he also coined the word paleontology. He made up that word. It's kind of a funny story. It was his third try. His other first two attempts didn't catch on, but the word paleontology, that worked. And that was what, like 1830, something like that? Anyhow. Yeah. But yeah. Luke Herman's Gaming says, "Can I ask what software you use for your background? It looks so real and cool." Software? What do you mean? This is... What are you asking? This is my office. That's one of the most like quintessentially Twitch questions. Oh my goodness, that's so cool. How did you artificially generate it? What software do you use to create these physical objects? Yeah. You're good, Luke Herman's Gaming. That I find that really amusing. Yeah. Didn't expect you to put so much effort in. I mean, I love doing this, you know? Like all these 3D prints that we have, like this Protoceratops or my Archaeopteryx back here. We do a lot of 3D printing. I'm currently 3D printing the lower jaws of a terror bird, Andal galornis, that we can use in our background at some point in the near future. So yeah. That Protoceratops skull looks pretty soft, says Petrodactylus. I mean, I wouldn't want to get hit on the head with it, I'll put it that way. Anyhow. Yeah. Lenina says, "Danny is a firm believer that anything worth doing is worth doing well." I like to think so, yeah. yeah, I don't know. I try to do things to the best of my ability. Whenever that's possible. Sometimes you don't have a lot of time or whatever, but yeah. I don't know. And I try and make a strong effort to change out the background for every stream because I want people to have a reason to come back every day. You know? If we're talking about a particular subject, I want to, you know, reflect that in our background. So we're going to be talking about Protoceratops today. As we talk about the ontogeny of these animals and how they may have changed their diet as they grew and matured. We'll be talking about birds for Thursday Birds Day. We've got a new piece of news on giant fossil penguins from New Zealand. Yeah, that's, I try and keep things relevant and interesting and fresh and new whenever I can, you know? Yeah. Luke says, that's even more awesome that it's all real. I thought it was CGI because it looked too cool to be true. I love it. I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you, Luke. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. That said, I think I already have this downloaded, right? Let's see how big this would be if I were to print this bad boy. Thank you, Domestic Longhair, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. One of my landlords is a domestic longhair. Or a long-haired tuxedo cat? Is that a kind of domestic longhair? She's certainly not wild. She's quite domestic. Do I have a whales folder? It might be in my mammals folder. Let's see. Let's see. If I were to download this, would I have to do a file blend format? Oh boy. Okay. Well, let's download it. I think I have it already, but I'm not totally sure. Blanville's beaked whale. Anyhow, yeah. Cats are weird. We did a whole thing on dog breeds and then got to cats and the teacher was like, yeah, cats are weird. Interesting, Claire. Huh. Yeah. Oh, and Grimwitch says, I mean, what were his suggestions to call the field of paleontology before paleontology caught on? I wrote an essay about this once. Let me see if I can find that.
Time of the dinosaur, this was a subtropical delta, home of the big plant eaters, and of the monsters who chased them.
Thank you, TDA Penguin, for the 6 months of support right there. Really appreciate that. Is that 6 months all at once, right at the beginning? As if so, that's extraordinary. Thank you very much. That's a preemptive 6. Phenomenal. Thank you, TDA Penguin. I appreciate that. Thanks for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. That means a lot to me. Phenomenal. Here we go. I got an answer to your question there. Grimwitch. Yeah. So I was writing about the, this is for like an online blog thing that I did years and years ago. Yeah, so like when fossil science was new, this is back in like 18th and 19th centuries, we didn't have a name for fossil science yet. So I wrote, the challenge was greeted by a comparative anatomist by the name of Henri-Marie Descotes de Blainville. Here he is right here, I think. No? Yeah, there we go. That's him right there. So, Blainville edited the prestigious French Journal de Physique, so it's like physics journal, compiling yearly summaries of findings in all the natural sciences, including a field that he pursued research in, the emerging but still nameless study of fossils. In one such year-end summary, he coined the term paleozoology in French there. Paleozoologie, which seemed to do the trick until he realized that this term excluded plants. Zoology is the study of animals, study of ancient animals. He's like, oh shoot, well that doesn't really work. It excludes plants? It's not broad enough. So he introduced the term paleosomniology, or the study of ancient bodies, which became about as well used as you might expect. That phrase didn't catch on. This cumbersome word evidently gained no positive welcome for other naturalists, for in 1822 he replaced it with paleontology, the science of ancient beings. So like ontology, paleontology, ancient beings. The organisms themselves. And this was the neologism, which was soon accepted by naturalists everywhere. So, the first two tries were paleozoology and paleosomniology. Paleontology is the one that really stuck. So, yeah. So anyway, I guess if your first try is not successful, try another couple times. Maybe you'll get it.
Our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
KDR, thank you so much. Holy cow, for converting that Prime or gift sub to a Tier 1 subscription right there. Thank you, thank you. Really appreciate that. Holy cow, thank you, thank you. I'll see you later, Attila's mom. Thanks for being here. And Squiggle says paleobotany is a thing. I don't see why paleozoology shouldn't be. I think it's just not particularly useful to say paleozoology, because it's at the same time it's too broad and it's too specific. So we say paleontology for the study of fossils in general. If you want to narrow it down to the study of fossil animals, I can't think of any paleontologists who study fossil animals exclusively, but study all fossil animals. In order for it to be a useful term, you kind of have to get more specific than that. So, like, yesterday we were talking about the Journal of Vertebrate Paleontology, JVP, right here. So this is for vertebrate paleontologists. Paleontologists who study animals with backbones and other bones too. It's kind of funny because vertebrate paleontologists, most, if not all paleontologists are vertebrates. We all have bones. But, yeah, anyway. Not all animals are vertebrates. I guess my point is that, like, you could say, oh yeah, I'm a paleozoologist. I study fossil animals, but nobody, like, studies all fossil animals. Usually if you want to narrow it down, it's only useful if you narrow it down further than that. Like, I study fossil vertebrates. Or I study fossil, you know, cephalopods or something like that. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Palosaurus, I like your name too. They said this channel could have been called differently if it weren't for Henri. This is true. Yeah. Henri Marie Décoté de Blainville. Yeah. So anyway, there are lots of zoologists today. People who call themselves zoologists. But we don't really have it. Nobody calls themselves a paleozoologist. It's just not really a thing. Yeah. But yeah. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, I know. And paleontologist, says Chris T.S. That's basically what the term means, yeah. Ontology is like study of being, I guess. Paleontology is the study of fossil beings. That makes sense? Yeah. And he was born in Normandy like you? Oh, interesting. Lapin New Year, okay. Yeah, near Dieppe. Alright. Cool. Now there's these these right here. These... It'd be cool if I could 3D print one of these. It'd be a nice little decoration to use on occasion. Anyway, so this guy coined the word paleontology. I wonder if that's here in the article. Yeah, in 1822, he coined the term paleontology. Yeah. Anyway, the reason why we're talking about him is, he discovered Blainville's beaked whale. The French zoologist Henri de Blainville first described the species in 1817 from a small piece of jaw, the heaviest bone he had ever come across, which resulted in the name Densorostris. So that is really, really cool. These guys have, like, the densest bone in the animal kingdom. It's kind of crazy. And I think they actually talk about that in this book, right? Yeah, let's find Blainville's beaked whale. So he's like, why in the world would the bone be this dense? What is going on with this? Alright, 47. It's also called the dense beaked whale. Appropriately enough. There we go. Blainville's beaked whale. The dense beaked whale. Let's see. Henri-Marie Descartes de Blainville described the species in 1817 based on a 7-inch long piece of upper jawbone that he had found had a higher density than elephant ivory, inspiring the species name Densorostris, from the Latin densum rostrum. Other beaked whales show a similar increase in density in the rostral bones, but none to the extent of M. densorostris. This bone makes up the rostrum, has the highest density, mineral content, and compactness of any bone hitherto observed from a mammalian bone. The density of the rostral bones of this species, so the rostrum's the beak, essentially. The density of the rostral bones of this species, more pronounced in males than in females, has become a subject of discussion, conjecture, and conflict among those who would study beaked whales. Lee and Parestris, in 2014, mineralogists at Washington University in St. Louis, Missouri, have been studying the hypermineralized rostrum of M. densorostris as an example of bone growth. There is no question that they have the densest bone ever examined, denser than any elephant ivory or the rock-like tympanic bones, ear bones of whales. But why did this develop, and what does it do for the whale? In a 1984 discussion, John Haining suggested the rostral bone density, in a different species, I think Hubb's beaked whale, was a mechanical reinforcement during intraspecific fights of adult males. So essentially, like, if they're fighting with these beaks, having a super dense rostrum helps out with that. Helps keep it from breaking. This interpretation seemed obvious and even logistical, but examination of the rostral bones with a scanning electron microscope found that the bones forming the rostrum are extremely brittle and unbending. Characteristics far from improving resistance to fracture, facilitates rapid and extensive propagation of cracks. So the fact that the beak is so dense actually makes it more vulnerable to breaking. So that can't be the answer. Watch out, Mini Pie. Let's see. So there's like a whole other page all about this. It might have something to do with echolocation. Given that these whales are echolocators, they're odontocete whales, toothed whales, are the ones that use echolocation. It might have something to do with that. So also, these guys have scars on their bodies, so beaked whales like this, the males, who are the ones with the tusks, have these scars that run down their bodies like this, and sometimes they form unusual patterns. Yeah. So, McLeod in 1998 reproduced a photograph of an adult male showing an abundance of scars on the dorsal surface, so on the top of the body, around and after the blowhole, aligning with the whale's long axis. Then we get a drawing showing that what he believes is the sequence of combat of adult males where they approach each other head-on, but one of them is upside down. This puts the fighting tusks of the whales in position to rake one another along the head and back, and he suggested this longitudinal movement, rather than head-on collisions, explains the structure of the rostral bones. The longitudinal grain of the structure along which the fractures spread would provide more, not less, protection against severe fractures, as the grain of the rostrum would prevent fractures passing vertically through the rostrum or transversely across it, breaking it in two. McLeod may have solved the problem of bone density, linear scarring, and male fighting, but he raises additional questions. If the two males are approaching one another to do battle, how do they decide which one is going to turn upside down? Does the aggressor issue a challenge by approaching upside down? Like I said, there's so many different things that we don't know about these animals. They remind me of fossil creatures. Even though they're still around today, the people who study them speculate about their behavior because we don't have enough information. It's like we're dealing with a fossil animal. It's like we're talking about a dinosaur, you know? Really, really cool. Yeah, it's pretty neat. It's pretty neat. I love beaked whales. They're really, really neat animals. Our genus Mesoplodon, right there. That is part of Xiphiidae, the beaked whales. There's an article right there if you'd like to see it. They're just such cool creatures. And, yeah, let's see about that download that I just did of the Blainville's beaked whale. Let's go ahead and extract that to my 3D printing folder in my auxiliary hard drive. Let's see, find that, sort by date modified. There we go. And then inside the zip file, extract here, there we go. And I guess we gotta open this up in Blender, and then I can export it as a 3D printable file. And there we go. Beautiful. Here it is in Blender. That's the skull right there. Very nice. Let's see. Let's see if we can export this. STL. Blainville's beaked whale skull. Export STL. Beautiful. So I should have this in a format that is 3D printable. There we go. Come on. You can do it, Slicer software. Yeah, okay. Let's embiggen this. If I want to print this life size, it's gonna take some cleverness and some patience. Yeah. There we go. Check that out. What a weird looking skull, you know? How wild is that? It's just nuts. What a bizarre animal. Yeah. You drew a beaked whale being harassed by cookie cutter sharks. Interesting, Mariah Art. That's really cool. Cookie cutter sharks are also pretty neat. Yeah. Yeah. And Nelf says, in great depths, could it be more of a 3D world with no up or down for all practical purposes? That's what I kind of suspect is going on with these whales. Also, they might just be both turning on their sides and going after each other. I don't know. But yeah. So again, here's those tusks right here. Sticking up right there. What is, Blondville's beaked whale skull scale. Let's see how big this skull is. So you can buy a replica of similar species, like Hub's beaked whale, from stuff like Skulls Unlimited. This is $900 though. I don't have that kind of Skrilla at my disposal, so that's why I like to 3D print things. It's a heck of a lot less expensive. But just to give us a sense, this skull is 79 centimeters long. That's 31 inches. Say we're going to scale this guy to the same size. Be about this big compared to the print bed. That doesn't seem right. That seems too big. Anyway, I don't necessarily have to print it life-size, but it's cool to be able to say that it's life-size. So that's what I often like to do. But I'm guessing it's probably something like that. These are not huge animals. Blondville's beaked whale. Do we have any info on how big its skull is? Yeah, so males reach about 14 feet long, so their skull is not going to be... It's going to be maybe 1/10 that long, something like that? 1/8 that long? So yeah, right here we've got... This is probably about the right size. Skull probably less than 2 feet long. Yeah, but this will be cool. I think I want to print this. That'd be really neat. Yeah. And that one guy says maybe the protrusions that are teeth that are actually exposed to the... No, they absolutely are, that one guy, yeah. No, we know that for a fact. Those tusks on the males, they are indeed... exposed to the outside world, and they're covered with enamel too. Yeah, pretty neat.
The moon does exist.
It's true, Dark Muppeteer. Hey, what a great name! Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. Anyhow, cool animals, beaked whales. They're so cool. Let's put these books back before things get too messy in here. Stuff. Anyway. Do they ever die from tooth decay or infection? You know, I don't know. I kind of doubt we really know that, TVA Penguin. This is not a particularly well-known critter. Like, they're not going to be all that well... Well, no, I guess off the northeastern Bahamas, the animals are particularly well documented. And a photo identification program started sometime after 2002. Interesting. So I guess of all the beaked whales, these guys are some of the most well-studied. Why this is such a long article. Very cool. And Stealths B8212, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Anyway, good stuff. Pretty neat. Beaked whales. You get me talking about beaked whales. Even though I don't really know that much about them, I'm still fascinated by them. They're such cool animals. They're so weird. You gotta love them. Anywho, with that said, why don't we get into some fossil news here? First off, let's take a look at that video that I'd saved. I think it's the same guy who did some of the like realistic dinosaurs in Jurassic Park videos. Kind of replacing... Here, I'll show you, rather than just telling you. There we go.
This is what the original Jurassic Park T-Rex breakout scene looks like. And this is what it looks like if it were done today with our modern understanding of dinosaurs. At the time, these were the most scientifically accurate dinosaurs we had ever seen on screen. But after 29 years, they're obviously a bit outdated, which begs the question, what would these scenes look like with modern depictions of these magnificent animals? Well, to answer that, I went ahead and made scientifically accurate models of these 4 dinosaurs from the Jurassic Park franchise and added them back into the movies.
How'd you do this?
I knew that I had to start nowhere else but with everyone's favorite queen, Rexy. I needed her to be based around real science and everything we now know about the real animal. So I downloaded this 3D scan of a real fossil and dropped it into Blender. But the head was a...
Anywho, yeah. So, really cool stuff. This same guy produced this video that people have been raving about. So we're going to take a look at it here.
This is me. This is Earth 66 million years ago. And those two behind me are the largest predators to have ever walked the Earth. And I'm here to show you what a scientifically accurate T-Rex fight would have actually looked like. Now look, these are cool. They're long, dynamic, and obviously cost millions of dollars to choreograph, film, and animate. But like most things from Hollywood, these fights and the creatures in them are much more concerned with being exciting for a modern audience than with realism, much less scientific accuracy. Which means we've probably never seen what a real dinosaur fight actually looked like. So if not this, what would a scientifically accurate dinosaur fight be?
And I think this is a really interesting concept for a YouTube video. I mean, it's kind of playing into the whole, like, awesome, bro, like, oh, fighting dinosaurs. They could shoot lasers out of their eyes and swim up waterfalls. It's like kind of taking that flavor, and it's like, let's take this and let's make it scientifically accurate, though. You know? We can use that as our hook, because, I don't know, that's what people want to see, I guess. We can use that as a way to get people interested, and it gives us an excuse to talk about the real science. Like, I kind of love this. Let's continue.
Well, there are 3 big things that Hollywood consistently gets wrong. Firstly, T-Rex and all other giant theropods were separated by millions of years and continents, meaning they're not fighting. But even if they lived at the same place at the same time, they're still not going to want to fight each other. Animals are not dumb. Any fight puts them into mortal danger, and the reward has to be worth dying over, which is why they only fight over 3 things.
Is this true? Can I think of any exceptions to this? Mating rights, territory, self-defense. I mean, animals will fight because they need to eat. Predation, essentially. But I don't know if he might be excluding predation here. This might just be like predator-to-predator fights, you know?
Mating rights, territory, and self-defense. The first 2 don't typically apply to different species. The first, for obvious reasons, and the second, as T-Rex would be far too busy doing its own thing to care about Spino chowing down on some fish, and I'm sure Spino feels the same way. And the third is mainly about predator versus prey, or really dire survival scenarios, which are rare. However, there is one animal that all animals regularly compete with their entire lives: themselves.
Well, other members of the same species is what he means here, yeah.
In fact, most defensive and offensive traits of an animal end up mainly being put to use against members of their own species, predators and prey alike. And T-Rex was no different. The fossil records prove this. Their skulls and bones are riddled with bite marks, healed injuries, and signs that were regularly fighting each other. And that's exactly the fight I want to see and make. Two T-Rexes in their prime fighting over the ultimate resource, territory and the right to reproduce. And to make this, the first thing we need, like always, is a 3D model. We'll come back to reasons 2 and 3 in a bit. Now, I've already made a scientifically accurate T-Rex model before, but it's close to 3 years old now and I can do better. This time around, I wanted to try and reconstruct a specific T-Rex, and I wanted a heavyweight. At 43 feet long, 10 tons, and over 30 years old, this...
Wait, 10 tons? I think that's way too heavy for an animal like this. Like, there's pneumatic diverticulae in the vertebrae, there's air sacs and hollows, and there's all kinds of stuff that would serve to make these animals more lightweight than you would probably imagine. 10 tons is too heavy, in my opinion. But yeah, dinosaur weight estimates are so wild. I think they're often wild overestimates in a lot of cases. I have a research project that eventually I'll get around to, where I'm going to be testing this idea, but yeah.
It's the largest, heaviest, and most robust T-Rex
Sue, right?
fossil ever found.
That doesn't look like Sue, does it?
This is Scotty.
Yeah, and not everybody agrees that Scotty is the biggest. I know that the Canadians made a big deal out of this, but I've talked with other Tyrannosaur researchers, and they're like, yeah, Sue still seems like it's bigger. Scotty's far less complete. Yeah, I don't know. And TDA Penguin says, what would a chicken weigh if it were T-Rex sized? Well, it depends what kind of chicken. That's the thing, is that domestic chickens have been specially bred to have, like, crazy big muscles because they're bred for meat. If we're talking about a, you know, like a broiler chicken or whatever, it's going to be more dense than something like a feral chicken, like a red jungle fowl, which is the wild equivalent. This is where domestic chickens came from, is from this wild species. Yeah. These guys are going to be a lot less dense than the chickens you see at one of those, yeah, one of those, like, factory farms. And these guys are surprisingly lightweight. Some people in chat have probably held birds before. They look like they're going to be way heavier than they are. They're all full of air. A lot of dinosaurs would have been the same way, especially your Saurischian dinosaurs. So sauropods are a wonderful example of this. Your long-necked plant-eating dinosaurs. I love this figure from friend and colleague Kerry Woodruff's paper on these critters back in like 2020, 2021, something like that. Everything that you see in blue there, these different shades of blue, that's all air. Air sacs, lungs, air-filled spaces in the vertebrae, what we call pneumatic diverticula. These animals were all full of air. They'd be far less heavy than you would expect them to be. You know, an equivalent-sized mammal would be far more dense than a critter like this, you know? So both the sauropods, the long-necked plant-eating dinosaurs, and the theropods, the two-legged, mostly meat-eating dinosaurs like T-Rex, they're both part of the dinosaur family tree, the half of the dinosaur family tree that birds evolved from. Yeah. So, Saurischia and Ornithischia. Trying to find you a good figure here. This is tougher than it looks. Darn. Dinosaur phylogeny. Nope, those are just ornithischians. This'll work. Alright. So the Saurischia, that's this half of the dinosaur family tree. This includes the... Oh no, this is not correct. This is the whole Ornithoscelida hypothesis, which has pretty much been rejected at this point. Here we go, this is what we want. That's the one. Okay. So Ornithischia, these are the beaky plant-eating dinosaurs up here. We're ignoring them for right now. Saurischia is what we want to talk about. These are the long-necked sauropods and their ancestors and relatives. And then you've got the two-legged, mostly meat-eating dinosaurs, including the birds. It's this side, Saurischia. This group is well known for having all kinds of neat pneumaticities in their vertebrae. These openings and hollows and spaces in there that would have been all full of air. And they would have actually been hooked up to the lungs. So when these animals were breathing in, oxygen is just... It's not just going into their lungs and then out of their lungs like it does with mammals. That air is going throughout much of their whole body. It's going up and down their tail. It's going into their ribs. It's going all over the place. Really interesting. Yeah. So anywho, that's one of the reasons why birds are... why they first evolved flight. They already had a bunch of different evolutionary adaptations that they inherited from their dinosaur ancestors. Birds are kind of the Nepo babies of the animal world, in the sense that they kind of started life on third base, you know? And they think they hit a home run. Birds evolved from theropod dinosaurs who already had a whole suite of adaptations that birds later just used for flight. So they already started off with hollow bones. They started off with feathers. They started off with wishbones, with their specialized ankles, with their respiratory system, like I was talking about, that's super efficient and makes them lightweight overall. Birds inherited all of those things as evolutionary hand-me-downs. It's because of their dinosaurian ancestry that birds are so successful and so good at flying. It's cool to think about like that, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Anywho. And that one guy says, did creatures like Pteranodon also have air sacs and such? They kind of did, yeah. Yeah, so they've got remarkably hollow bones, even more hollow than those of birds, but they probably didn't have quite the same, like, respiratory system and everything else. Like, they probably didn't have some of the advantages that birds have, even if the advantages that they did have might have been not as pronounced as they were in birds. Yeah. Yeah, we're talking about the pterosaurs here, the ancient flying reptiles, which are not birds, and they are not dinosaurs either. They're very closely related to dinosaurs, but they're just outside of the dinosaur family tree. They're not actually dinosaurs themselves. Yeah. Cool critters, pterosaurs. They're really neat. But yeah, anyway. So, this is all to say that 10 tons estimate there, I don't buy that for a second. This animal would have probably been much more lightweight than that. I'm not trying to rag on this video. This is fantastic stuff, but yeah, I don't buy the 10 tons figure for a second.
Pacific T-Rex, and I wanted a heavyweight. At 43 feet long, 10 tons, and over 30 years old, this is the largest, heaviest, and most robust T-Rex fossil ever found. This is Scotty. However, no direct 3D scan of Scotty exists, but by using this beautiful reconstruction of standard T-Rex, another famous member, coupled with Scott Hartman's beautiful skeletal drawing.
Yeah, Scott Hartman. We've got another one of Scott Hartman's skeletals. This is what we call a skeletal, short for skeletal diagram. It's when we show what we know of a dinosaur skeleton, and then we kind of draw a silhouette over it to show the outline of the flesh. This is like a basic tool that you use when you're trying to reconstruct a dinosaur. When you're trying to figure out what it would have looked like in life, this is often what you start with. And Scott Hartman does some phenomenal ones. SkeletalDrawing.com is his website. Yeah. Good stuff. Skeletals. Let's do ornithischians. Yeah, and one of these might seem pretty familiar. In fact, it might be in our background right now. Where is that guy? Where is our Protoceratops? There we go. We'll be talking about Protoceratops in a little bit. There it is there. This is that same illustration by Scott Hartman, who, in my opinion, produces the world's best skeletal drawings of dinosaurs. Really good stuff. So, here's a link. Head looks too big. It actually is that big, Claire. These guys have crazy big heads. Yeah. And are we sure this is an adult? That's a great question, Claire. We'll be talking about that. Yeah. Yeah, this might not be fully mature, but it's probably pretty close to adult. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Protoceratops. And Protoceratops. Big head is a family trait. That's true, Alexander Morrison. As a ceratopsian, they got big heads. Anywho, skeletal drawing. He's doing this the right way. This is cool.
Open up Blender, and by moving things around, we can get a pretty close approximation of the fossil. With this, along with more reference, I started sculpting.
This is great.
To sculpt every muscle.
He's going muscle by muscle.
Understanding
That's
of exactly
fantastic.
how this animal was constructed.
Good stuff.
Once we have this, I can begin sculpting the skin. Wrinkles, skin folds, and plenty of fat is what it takes to make a good-looking T-Rex. Once I had this base sculpt, I brought it into ZBrush to give it the fine detail. Now, something I want to address. We actually have fossilized T-Rex skin showing the shape and size of the scales that covered its body. And the scales are tiny.
You put a fat layer in there, TDA Penguin, yeah.
Our model, it results in skin that is much smoother than what we see from the oversized but inaccurate scales in Hollywood's dinosaurs.
Yep,
In fact,
good point.
From afar, most dinosaurs would have looked almost entirely smooth, with a small size of their scales making them nearly imperceptible from a large distance. So don't complain. I then gave it a lot of armor around its face, as this part would have been covered in heavy keratin.
And this is actually something that's still pretty contentious. We've got different paleontologists might disagree on how to reconstruct this sort of thing. People like Thomas Carr are like, yeah, it's got big crocodile-like scutes, you know, all along its snout like that. And other paleontologists say, no, the rugose texture that we see on the maxilla there and on the nasals and stuff, this is not anchor points for scales. This is for, you know, like fleshy lips, something like that. So it's not necessarily a done deal that they would have had this kind of scales. Not everybody agrees that that's the case. I don't have a strong opinion about this. I don't have a horse in that fight, but other people certainly do.
The thing your nails are made of, to protect it from bites and attack. In fact, the skulls of T-Rex were among the most heavily armored of the Tyrannosaurids. Why? Because T-Rex had the most powerful bite force of any land animal to have ever existed.
And I do wonder about that too. We talked about this yesterday. Did critters like Tyrannosaurus actually have a stronger bite than critters like Deinosuchus? I mean, don't forget about these mega crocs that existed during the Cretaceous. That's not T-Rex right there. That's, I think, Daspletosaurus, or maybe Albertosaurus or Gorgosaurus there. Some Campanian Tyrannosaur. But anyway, these guys have got crazy big jaws. I would not be shocked if these guys actually had a stronger bite than T-Rex. You know? Yeah. Oh shoot, I forget. Goodness, what is her name? She's married to Rob Gaston. I think they're married. But she works at Gaston Design, and she does a lot of sculpting and other stuff. We met her when we were doing our tour of Gaston Design Studio last summer. Yeah, she's really cool. But I knew. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if Deinosuchus here actually had a more powerful bite than, like, Tyrannosaurus. That wouldn't shock me if that were the case. But anyway, yeah.
And at 12,000 pounds of force, that's 2 to 3 times stronger than a saltwater crocodile.
And only 2 or 3 times stronger than a salty. Again, Deinosuchus, its bite force may have been 5 times more than a salty. I don't know. Yeah.
Twice as strong as a great white, and up to 30 times stronger than a Rottweiler, meaning the most apt comparison is a hydraulic press. This thing will not only pulverize bone, but it will be able to bite through a car door, and they're biting each other's faces.
Yep.
And you'll notice that the teeth are now mainly covered with lips, where before they seldom were. Why? Well, the short explanation is that the erosion on their teeth is much more consistent with that of lipped animals, whose teeth are kept moisturized
cool, yeah, evidence
in their mouths, as
Pretty
opposed to that of crocodilians.
This is a really good point. It's a really good point. Critters like Komodo dragons, even though they have pretty wicked teeth... Here, hang on just a second. Let me go grab a Komodo dragon skull to show you. Alright, check out how toothy this animal is right here. It has got some pretty impressive chompers. It's funny, it's like it's all washed out. It's just almost too bright. Alright, Komodo dragon skull. Check out those teeth right there. Pretty formidable, right? This is a cast, by the way. I think this is from... if it's from Bone Clones or Valley Anatomical or who, but anyway. A molded and cast replica, exact in every detail, of a Komodo dragon skull. So, pretty gnarly teeth, right? They look a lot like Velociraptor teeth. It's kind of stunning, actually, how similar they are. Anyhow. Those animals, you cannot see their teeth when their mouths are closed. Also... you also cannot see their teeth when their mouths are open, too. Which is kind of nuts. When we were at TwitchCon last year... with our live Velociraptor, we got to see the big Twitch Komodo dragon, the Komodo hype, which I guess is now the Poggers emote. Can we get some of those going in the chat? Here we go.
Komodo dragons have teeth very, very similar to Velociraptor teeth. It's kind of uncanny.
Yeah.
But yeah, yeah, you can't see the teeth here, but yeah. Here, let's go get a clippable moment here. If you want to, let me go right there and I'll jump in.
But yeah, the teeth are not even visible here. And that's not just because they didn't feel like sculpting them on or anything. This is accurate to how the animal really looks in real life, you know? It really does look like that. And I can find you the original image that this is based on. Here's a link to this video if you want to watch it, by the way. Here we go. where is that original image? Here we go. Yeah, beautiful. That's it right there. Check it out. You can't even see the teeth in its mouth. Despite how pronounced those teeth are, you can't even see them there. How weird is that, you know? So yeah, it's a really good point that the the Tyrannosaurus, you probably wouldn't be able to see its teeth in life unless it's like actively biting you. Yeah. In Jitter Juice, VT, how are you doing? Welcome. In front of a pterodactyl head, snout or beak. We would say beak or rostrum. Rostrum is really the term you'll probably see more often in the scientific literature. We don't say pterodactyl in paleontology, though. We say pterosaur. So pterosaurs are these flying reptiles that existed during the age of dinosaurs. They're related to dinosaurs, but they're not dinosaurs themselves. That's a cool picture. Yeah. Pterosaurs. Some of them got stupendously large. Like this one right here, Quetzalcoatlus. Let's find a picture of me next to Quetzalcoatlus from last year at SVP. There we go. Here is me and a Quetzalcoatlus model at the Science Museum of Minnesota, where we had the welcome reception for the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. Cool critters. Yeah, so we'd call it the rostrum. Yeah, or beak. Tomato, potato. Yeah. And KDRP says, why the cut there? Pterosaurs seem to have just not made the cut. Move the name back one step and they're in. Yeah, so the one step back from that would be Ornithodyra. There. Yeah. So, let's see here. That'll work. Thank you to Tom Holtz from the University of Maryland for making all of these resources available online. This is beautiful. There's a link right there. Let's find the one that has Ornithodyra. There we go. Beautiful. Excellent. So, this is an evolutionary family tree of Archosauria. Archosauria are dinosaurs, including birds, and crocs and their relatives. So, yeah. And then here in red are several terms that, or several, what we call tapomorphies, or, not a tapomorphies. It's the term that I'm looking for. I'm having a total brain fart right now. Synapomorphies. So these are traits that are kind of common to the ancestry of the group and kind of define the group at the bottom to a certain extent. So dinosaurs are up here. Pterosaurs are over here. So both pterosaurs and dinosaurs belong to a group called Ornithodyra. Right here. Ornithodyra. Yeah. So both pterosaurs and dinosaurs are together ornithodyrans, but pterosaurs aren't dinosaurs. They're from a separate branch. They diverged earlier, and then they kind of do their own thing. They're off evolving in this direction. Dinosaurs are over here. The placement is not what matters, like which direction, but the point is that they're separate. The pterosaurs and dinosaurs both evolved from the same ancestors, but they're two separate groups. make sense? Yeah. Anyhow, really neat. But yeah, Squiggles says pterosaurs evolutionary are almost dinosaurs, but not true dinosaurs. Exactly, Squiggles. Yeah. So does this make sense, KDRP? I hope so. And I will give you a link if you want to take a look at this PDF. Yeah. And Hamster Rain says, are modern birds closer to pterosaurs or dinosaurs? What do you think, chat? Modern birds, are they most closely related to pterosaurs or to dinosaurs? What do you think, chat? We do have some emotes for this very purpose. Yeah. If you answered that birds are more closely related to pterosaurs, then you are wrong. Birds, like I think all of you answered correctly, are dinosaurs. So here's a really simple guide. I love this infographic. What is a dinosaur and what isn't? The way that we classify living things as scientists is based on their ancestry. If you evolved from a dinosaur, you are a dinosaur by definition. Birds evolved from a dinosaur ancestor, so birds are theropod dinosaurs. Birds can trace their ancestry back to the very first dinosaurs here. Thus, birds are dinosaurs. Does that make sense? Yeah. I love this image so much from 252mya.com. And I've been using it for years at this point as an explainer that I decided I might as well just buy a copy. Give them some of this, you know, some of the money, some of my money. They absolutely deserve it. Filters. Hang on. There we go. There's that poster right there. I ordered this. Here's a link if you want to get one for yourself. Again, I feel bad like using this again and again and again without paying them for it. So now I've paid them for it, and I have my very own printed copy right over here. Here we go. There we are. Lovely. So I've ordered a frame for this. It should be here on like Friday or something. Next Friday. So you'll be seeing this in the background at some point soon. So anyway, they do really good work. Love this graphic, and it's wonderful to be able to support their work by purchasing it. You can do the same thing. There's the link there in the chat for you. Yeah. And hey Ken, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you, Ken. I hope all is well. Yeah. Ken texted me the other day. This is Ken from the field, by the way. We're colleagues. He goes out and digs with me and my crew every summer. Ken recently got into a graduate school program at Columbia. He's going to be moving to New York City at the start of next year. So huge congrats to Ken there. Big paleo salutes to Ken in the chat. Holy cow. Yeah. Oh, undergrad. Sorry. Grad, undergrad, tomato, potato, you know? Good stuff. That's gonna be awesome. Anyway, Ken texted me the other day with a link to SVP. He found out about this before I did. But, at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting this year, He's going to be presenting a poster, right? I'm going to be presenting a poster. The posters this year are going to be vertical format. And hey, Dyson Dinosaur, how are you doing? Hello, hello, Filippo. Welcome, welcome. Do you know about this, Filippo? SVP posters this year? Vertical format. What? Dyson Dinosaur prefers vertical format, apparently. I've never done a poster in vertical format. I'll figure it out. But, yeah. Portrait. Vertical orientation. 92 inches in height, 37 inches in width. So basically 90 by 36, or 87 by 30, whatever the... Yeah. So it's gonna be interesting. Yeah. Vertical format so they can tick and talk. It's the heck of there you go. Yeah. Yeah. That's gonna be interesting. We'll be designing my poster live on stream this year. Very excited about that. I've got a lot of opinions on poster designs. We'll be doing at least one, probably multiple streams doing poster design, and I'll be talking about my philosophy of how to communicate scientific information in a visual format like that, how to make a good poster that draws people in, the poster that's impossible to ignore. That's what you want when you're presenting research at a scientific conference. So that's going to be good. We'll do that probably like beginning of November, maybe late October. Yeah. Can't miss those streams? Yeah, Dyson Dinosaur, it's going to be good. By the way, Dyson Dinosaur, Filippo Bertozzo. Guess who I met 2 days ago at Berkeley? Somebody who does field work in Nevada digging up ichthyosaurs. The leader of that whole project. Martin Sander came to Berkeley to give the seminar talk. Yeah! Really, really cool. It was a brilliant talk on giant ichthyosaurs from the Triassic of Nevada. Really, really cool, and I need to get in contact with him and ask about maybe doing some fieldwork with him next year. He and his crew are on their way up to, I think, British Columbia right now to dig up some more ichthyosaurs from the Triassic up in Canada. Yeah, and he was my master supervisor. Very cool, Dyson Dinosaur. Yeah, cool guy. Yeah, I was really happy to have met him. I need to send him an email and say, hey, loved your talk, really cool stuff. I'd be thrilled to be able to help out next year. Digging up dinosaurs out in, not dinosaurs, ichthyosaurs out in Nevada. It'd be super neat. We were just talking about this last week, everybody. He was talking about this critter. There's Martin right there.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Tone Rebellion, thank you for the 100 bits. And that is likely, Tone Rebellion.
Is it likely that the last common ancestor of pterosaurs and dinosaurs was fully bipedal?
Yeah.
And may have been fuzzy, covered in proto-feathers.
I don't know about the proto-feathers part. That's still heavily debated. There's no strong consensus about that, but it's possible. It would have been fuzzy, yeah. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. So we were talking about this, what was this, last week? Yeah. Anyway, got to meet Martin Sander here. There he is there. I don't want to presume anything. Don't want to exhibit any kind of entitled feelings. So very well might not happen, but I'm gonna ask about maybe doing some field work with his crew next year and maybe live streaming it. That would be really, really cool. So cross your fingers, chat. We're able to make that happen. We can be out digging ichthyosaurs out in the remote Badlands, mountains even of Nevada. That would be really cool. It's tough work. He was saying they've got to they've got to hike miles and miles and miles to get to their sites, in areas that are so rugged that you can't get cars up there, four-wheel drive, side-by-sides, ATVs, even horses and mules. Even they can't make it up there. You gotta hike up a mountain, like 7,000 feet, something like that. But I'm all for it. Oh, man. Yeah. Diversify that field, CV. Exactly, Ken. Yes. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, pretty cool. Dyson Dinosaur confirms Nevada fieldwork has been the hardest of my life so far. I've done some difficult fieldwork before. I'd be thrilled to be able to meet that challenge, you know? So we'll see. We'll see. Yeah. Yeah. And Zool says, speaking of Vegas, well, that's Reno, but yeah. Reno, Nevada. Any evidence of dinosaurs or prehistoric birds in what is now Area 51? No, not that I know of. I don't think those are the right age of rocks. Not totally sure. But yeah. Here, we can think about that real quick. Let's see if we can figure this out. Area 51, which is like a U.S. military testing facility. U.S. Air Force. Used to be U.S. Army Air Corps. But in, I think, 1947, the U.S. Army Air Corps became the Air Force. Became a separate branch, rather than being under the umbrella of the U.S. Army. So, let's find a map. Homey Airport. Okay. Which county is this in? Area 51 map. So that's down there. County, Lincoln County. There we go. Right?
This is it. This is the horizon, which
Cosmo Quest. Hey.
Dinosaurs. Below this level, and out in here, there are dinosaur fossils.
Yep.
Above
Cosmo
this
Quest,
level,
thank you so much.
There are no dinosaur fossils, so I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Appreciate the raid there, Cosmo Quest. Thank you, thank you. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. I just got a question if any dinosaur fossils or other things have been found near Area 51 in Nevada, and I don't think so. Lincoln County, Nevada. Rachel, Nevada is the nearest town. Lincoln County, Nevada. There we go. I can't think of any fossils off the top of my head that are from this area. The only dinosaur fossils from Nevada so far are from the Valley of Fire. Yeah, Valley of Fire State Park near Overton, Nevada. So that's south of Area 51, as you can see here. Right there.
I'll just give you my message up front. Try not to go extinct. That's it.
Bike Bear 34, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yes, this is the only dinosaur that's been named from Nevada. From the Willow Tank Formation. Excuse me. Yeah. So yeah, no dinosaur fossils from Area 51 proper, but there's some that are from south of there in the same state, in Nevada. So yeah. And Ken says, when is the field season? I gotta ask Martin about that, but this year they just finished some field work just now, in like late August, early September. So I think it's usually August, September they do their field work in Nevada. But I don't know what it's going to be next year. I presume it's the same, but I got to find out. But it'd be cool to have you there too, Ken, if you can get the time off from school. Yeah. Anyhow. And Zool, the only evidence of dinosaurs that we have from anywhere in Nevada, non-avian dinosaurs at least, is Nevada-dromius. This is the only one that we've got from the entire state. That includes bones, that includes footprints, as far as I know. I'm not aware of any dinosaur tracks from Nevada. There might be some, but I'm not aware of them. Yeah. And if I recall correctly, I did it in July. Interesting. Nice dinosaur. Okay. Yeah. We got our one. Let's go. Well, Petrodactylus. Oh, hang on.
Protect our fossils because
Dicrocus.
America loses them forever.
Really appreciate that. Thank you for the prime there, Dicrocus. That is brilliant. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. Really appreciate that. And Sweetie Pie appreciates that too. Yes, indeed. Petrodactylus, I would still say that Nevada does beat Washington in terms of dinosaur fossils. Sorry. Radical Puzzler, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Good to have you here. Because you've got, what, Susiosaurus from Washington? Which is like a one single chunked up theropod bone, possibly a tyrannosaur? Yeah, and apparently it's not actually been named properly. Yeah. Huh. So anyway, one leg bone, kinda. Yeah, Petrodactylus. And I think it's from marine strata, isn't it? So anyway, Nevada does still have you beat. I'm sorry. Inshallah, someone will find a more complete dinosaur in the U.S. state of Washington, but it hasn't happened yet. Yeah. The western margin of the U.S. is very tectonically active. Exactly, Ken. Yes. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Anyhow. Alright, goodness, Sweetie Pie. She's staring me down. You see this? Sweetie Pie here is demanding payment as one of my landlords, so we gotta make that happen, huh? Oh, let's move this Komodo dragon skull out of the way. Let's get you paid, huh? You know what? Maybe we'll brush you first. Should we do that? What do you think of that proposition? Yeah, get brushed, Sweetie Pie. I gotta be careful to put this in a spot that's inaccessible to her, or else she will eat it. She was doing that the other day. I walk into the room and she's just eating all of her fur that was on the floor. Like, that's not... It's not why I brush you. No. I brush you to keep you well groomed, and I'm sure it feels good too. That's important. Also, it does cut down on the shedding at least a little bit. Maybe? Yeah. Oh, you're drooling all over me. Gross. Let's give you some treats, huh? There you go. What do you think of that? Good stuff? And Zool, I do have multiple shirts. I happen to have, as personal possessions, multiple different shirts that I wear. This is just a darker green one. Goodness. What do you think, like a cartoon character? You know? Or like, I'm just wearing the same shirt every day? No. I'm sorry, it's not how it works. Yeah. Yeah. They only ever wear one outfit. There you go, Squiggles. Oh boy. I wore my shirt yesterday didn't even have a collar on it. Very different shirt yesterday. Yeah. Find that clip. Shoot. Oh well. Yeah. Yeah, don't have a cow, man. Helvetica scenario, yes. Oh, and there goes Sweetie Pie. Well. She's collected the rent, and she is gonna go make the rest of her rounds. Dr. Irrefutable says, Danny has different shirts. Most of them follow the same theme. Yeah, I mean, I've got personal taste. I've got a style, I guess. I don't know. An aesthetic. Yeah. Oh, gotta go, otherwise no sleep for me. Okay, thank you, Ken. I'll see you later, Dyson Dinosaur. Filippo, get some good rest. I'll see you next time. And tomorrow I must send you an important email. Okay, Ken, cool. That sounds good. I'll be here for it. Tomorrow is my day off from streaming, at least. I'm gonna be finishing up, my Tyrannosaur skull. And either delivering it tomorrow afternoon or maybe... There we go. Either tomorrow afternoon or maybe, maybe Saturday morning, delivering this to the museum in Fremont. Yeah, I did a little, like, test mounting thing this morning, and it worked pretty well. I'm excited about it. Believe it or not, the metal armature down here looks both more and somehow less obtrusive at the same time, the actual thing. But yeah, it's gonna be good. Anyhow. Oh, and Dyson Dinosaur is sending me an important email. Okay, cool. Thank you, Ken. Appreciate that. Good. Yeah. And there you go, Petrodactyls, hobbyist dino fan. We have a name for that in the paleontological community. It's not quite as charitable maybe as what you said right there, but among paleontologists, the term of art for, like, you know, young dinosaur aficionados, giving away trade secrets here, I guess. I don't know. The term is dino weenie. But yeah. Yeah, the raptor claw necklace, it kind of clinches it. Yeah. And you're not Petrodactylus. I wouldn't call you that. My goodness. Yeah. Anyway, Ken can confirm. I shouldn't be saying this to the uninitiated, but there it is. Yeah. I appreciate you, Petrodactylus. Yeah. Anywho. Let's get back to that video. Where were we? There.
Moisturized by the saliva in their mouths, as opposed to that of crocodiles.
I don't know if we'll have time to finish this whole thing, but we'll go through it.
Teeth moisturized. I finally got into a place I was happy with and had our finished sculpt. And this brings us to the most pressing question of all. Can T-Rex get jiggy with it? Now I'm just kidding. What were its tiny arms for?
I've always been a little bit frustrated by this question because it implies that every part of an organism has to have a purpose, which is not true. Lots of different parts of organisms are just vestigial because living things evolve. They change over time. They're the product of their ancestry. And so the ancestors of tyrannosaurs would have had arms that would have been useful for things. That doesn't necessarily mean that tyrannosaur arms had any function anymore. Or they could have been on their way out, like these animals could have been in the process of losing their arms entirely, and they're just not there yet. So maybe they would still use them for things eventually, like occasionally, but for the most part, like, their arms are useless, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, probably not much.
Yeah.
Evolution is about efficiency and survival, conserving energy and maximizing what works. As the ancestors of T-Rex evolved, one weapon in their arsenal proved to be the most effective, their bite. So evolution shifted resources away from the arms and into what mattered, their jaw.
Oh, I love that. I love that little animation there. That's brilliant. I might want to timestamp this and save it for later, but yeah.
Evolution shifted resources away from the arms and into what mattered, their jaws.
Yes, it's a beautiful explanation. Since these are two-legged animals that have to kind of balance on a central fulcrum, their hips, they walk on two legs, they're like a seesaw, essentially. You put too much weight at the front, and they'll tip forward onto their face. You've got to reduce weight somewhere at the front of the body if you want to embiggen the skull. That's exactly what these guys have done.
Which became their primary and almost sole weapon. And when you can pulverize bone and kill prey in a single bite, what do you really need arms for? And now, color. Remarkably, we do have some fossilized dinosaur feathers that have preserved
fused nasals,
pigment,
exactly, Ken. Yeah,
allowing us
super
to see the color of some
robust
feathered
skull.
dinosaurs. But can we apply this to T-Rex? Well, to answer that, we first need to answer a hotly debated issue. Did T-Rex have feathers?
Did Tyrannosaurus have feathers? I suspect they probably did at some point in their ontogeny, maybe when they're young, but they probably would have lost them later on as they're growing and maturing. This is kind of what we see in Prehistoric Planet. I think they did a phenomenal job of this. Where the Tyrannosaurus in Prehistoric Planet, the adults do have feathers, but they're very small and bristly and subtle. They're like the hair on an elephant. You don't think of an elephant as being a particularly fuzzy animal. I suspect Tyrannosaurus would have probably been the same way. The juveniles, however, do have feathers in this series. Little babies there. They're all covered with feathers. They're positively fuzzy. So, yeah, I really like this approach. But we'll see what he says about this.
Well, it's a long debate. We know earlier close relatives of T-Rex are confirmed to have feathers.
And I'm not actually totally convinced that Eutyrannus is related closely to Tyrannosaurus. I kind of wonder whether it's an Allosauride and not a Tyrannosauroid. But, yeah.
Since we found fossilized feather impressions along with their bones. But with T-Rex, only impressions of scaly skin. If T-Rex were feathered, wouldn't we have found direct evidence for it already, especially since it is the most well-researched dinosaur in existence?
No. What? I'm sorry, what is this question? No. We don't have a lot of integument from T-Rex. We've got one specimen with a little bit of skin. There's rumors of other specimens that are like mummified stuff, but they haven't been published yet, so they might as well not exist. So yeah, I do really wonder about that. Like, what?
Especially since it is the most well-researched dinosaur in existence.
This is an interesting graph too. Not to scale, but T-Rex is definitely number one. Sure, okay. It's a weird-looking Maiasaura. One of the reasons why Psittacosaurus has so many papers published is that it's got so many different species in that genus. Like, it's kind of, in a sense, almost overlumped. We could probably take out a lot of those Psittacosaurus species and make them new genera, but yeah, anyway.
That said, all it would take is one good discovery to prove that wrong. But still, the simplest conclusion points to it having little to no feathering. Regardless, it wouldn't be getting its main pigmentation from feathers, as any covering was likely minimal.
So he's showing parts of prehistoric planet right here too, and I agree. There is like light bristling right here, so these little feathers, but they're really sparse. This isn't a big animal when it's full grown. It's living in a pretty warm climate. It wouldn't have needed feathers for insulation. It may have had feathers in the same way that an elephant has hair. It's just really sparse on the skin.
But its color is still unanswered. And for this, I think we have to refer to the bigger question. Film core, what animal was T-Rex the most like? And I would say, take its skeleton and imagine something between a crocodile, a monitor lizard, and a modern predatory bird, as those are its closest living analogs.
Interesting that he says monitor lizard. I think I agree in the sense we were talking about Komodo dragons, and we were talking about how their teeth are covered by flesh and by lips, so that you can't see them. I think that's probably why he included monitor lizard right here. I like this little ditty that he's put together right there. I like this a lot.
And monitor lizard especially probably give us the best indication of what type of color it had, since they are also large, snouted, predatory, and terrestrial animals with scales. And what you see is mostly shades of brown, yellow, and a lot of black.
I disagree in the sense, though, that tyrannosaurs do seem to have special structures on their heads that are probably for display. So they've got these big lacrimal horns, or bosses, or whatever you want to call them, on their heads. I would suspect that these animals probably would have been pretty brightly colored, at least during certain times of the year. If you have males that are competing for mates or something, maybe they would have looked like this. Monitor lizards don't have that. They don't have display structures on their heads, to my knowledge. This seems like something that evolved maybe for head-to-head combat, but probably mostly for show. Would have been covered by keratin, most likely, and keratin is a wonderful structure for being colorful. Like Brian Eng says, in this video here. Here we go, on Dilophosaurus.
It's also a bit unclear how many layers of thin-walled, air-filled bone, how strong the bone alone would have been. But Dilophosaurus's crests would have been far more durable for another reason. The hard, horny material that makes the bird's beaks. Keratin is a remarkably durable material, so much so that large cassowaries can safely run through dense jungles at full speed. Some large hornbill species actually fight with their hollow crests, and some parts of these hornbill crests barely have any bone supporting them at all. The keratinous covering also significantly enlarges the size of the crest in life. In some birds, the keratin expands the size of the crest up to 1.5 times the size of the underlying bony crest. Keratin can also be grown in any color. Thus, these showy crests play an important role in species recognition and sexual display, helping birds to communicate and attract mates.
So maybe the lacrimal horns on Tyrannosaurus would have been the same way. They do seem like really kind of... They've got a texture that implies that they would have been covered with keratin, which can be really brightly colored. So I suspect that unlike a monitor lizard, Tyrannosaurs would have been a bit more brightly colored than we'll see in this video. That's a hunch. That's based on comparisons with birds. We don't have, like, really strong fossil evidence to suggest that. But it makes sense to me. So I would lobby for more brightly colored Tyrannosaurs. But again, your mileage may vary. And hey, Science Streams, how are you doing, Valens? Hello, hello. It is good to have you here.
And the thing you do not see across any of these animals, or in large carnivores in general, are vivid, bright colors for use in sexual selection, which is why I opted against giving it bright red markings or any colored indication of sexual dimorphism on any part of its body.
Which, fair enough, like I can see the reasoning behind that, but I don't necessarily agree. Like, these guys do seem to have display structures up here. That seems to be something that they kind of went out of their way to evolve. I bet you they would have been more brightly colored than this. His reasoning is sound. I just have a different opinion here. I'm not saying that this is wrong. I'm saying that I would have gone in a slightly different direction for this. But I like where his head's at, you know?
Including its horns. So all of this dictated the final paint job. And after some rigging, we have our finished T-Rex. Unfortunately, the name Scotty is trademarked, so I think my T-Rex needs its own name.
Scotty is trademarked? Huh.
And considering candid bear fight videos is what inspired me to make this, I think there's no better name for it than the current top predator of North America.
Is he going to call it Barry the bear?
So meet Grizzly the T-Rex.
Oh,
now,
okay.
with the model done, we need its rival. Scotty has a very distinct face shape.
And Diagonal says, we don't have modern terrestrial predators this size. No, we certainly don't, Diagonal. Good point. Yeah. And Squiggles makes a good point, too. Yeah, the largest terrestrial predator in North America is the polar bear, Ursus maritimus, and not Ursus arctos, the grizzly bear. Good point there, Squiggles. Yes. You could make an argument that polar bears aren't truly terrestrial. You could call them marine mammals, given that they spend a lot of their time on sea ice. But they also spend time on land, too. Increasingly so, as the ice is melting and we're descending into a climate apocalypse. But, yeah. Dark Muppeteer, thank you for the prime there.
Let's protect our fossils.
I appreciate that, Dark Muppeteer. Thank you.
America loses them forever.
Thank you for the support. That means a lot to me. This is my full-time job, believe it or not. This is how I make my living. You're helping me do that. You're supporting science outreach at a time when science is currently under siege, especially here in this country, in the U.S. Thank you, Dark Muppeteer. I appreciate you. Excellent. Yeah. I thought their video was going to name the T-Rex Ursa. That would have been funny. I would have liked that.
North America. So meet Grizzly the T-Rex. Now, with the model done, we need its rival. Scotty has a very distinct face shape. So to differentiate it, I pulled up a skeletal drawing of Sue, the second largest T-Rex specimen, and altered it to match. I then gave it different scars.
What's interesting is that Sue and Scotty they might not be from the same time. Thank you, Tuareg43, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Tyrannosaurus is around for kind of a while. So the Hell Creek Formation, which is one of the formations that T-Rex is from, it's the main one. There's like over 1 million years contained within the Hell Creek Formation. These rocks in Montana and the Dakotas and Wyoming to a certain extent. During that 1 million years plus, Triceratops changes a lot. So this is a paper from my old crew chief Denver Fowler is lead author on this paper. This is Fowler and Scanella 2014. Triceratops changes a lot from the bottom of the Hell Creek to the top of the Hell Creek Formation. To the point where we've got 3 different species. The middle one hasn't been named yet. But Triceratops horridus, Triceratops hernimersimer, and Triceratops prorsus at the top. Triceratops is doing a lot of evolving and changing. Tyrannosaurus almost certainly is too. I see no reason to think that it wouldn't be. If I remember correctly, Sue, the T-Rex, is from the lower Hell Creek, I think, near Faith, South Dakota. I don't know where the heck Scotty is from. There we go. Scotty. From the Frenchman Formation, so it's not even from the Hell Creek, it's from the Frenchman. Let's see. Occurs at the base of the number 1 or Ferris coal seam of the Ravens Crag Formation. Yeah, interesting. So anyway, Scotty may or may not be from the same time as Sue. I would guess it's probably different, just based on the odds. So we might be looking at 2 Tyrannosaurus specimens that are separated by potentially 1 million years of evolution. So of course they're going to look different. You layer that on top of ontogenetic changes. Sue and Scotty are both probably fairly mature ontogenetically, but I don't know if Scotty has actually been histosectioned. I kind of doubt it. And so, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, let's continue.
And the unique paint job, which I kept very close to the first. After all, most animal species don't see huge differences in color amongst their members, and the challenger to the king was ready to go. Considering these are the tyrant lizard kings, they need a queen to fight over. But just like with modern reptiles and birds, it's almost impossible to tell the difference between a male and female by simply looking at them, much less by only looking at their fossilized bones, as most reptiles and birds do not exhibit many sexually dimorphic traits like mammals do. But interestingly enough, we do have 2 confirmed specimens of a female T-Rex, and we know they're female because they have an extra layer of bone called a medullary bone.
And even this is disputed. So, like, back in January, we interviewed my undergrad advisor, Dave Verricchio, and he doesn't buy the whole medullary bone thing. So even this is kind of disputed. It's not necessarily a done deal.
Which only forms when a female bird is actively producing eggs and requires extra calcium to do so. There's no scan of them, but by using photo reference of Barbara, we can alter our sculpt to match the confirmed female Rexes we know of. And voila, we have our cast. And now it's time for the next step, animation. But for that, we need to touch on the second point that Hollywood consistently gets wrong, the way these fights actually play out. If you've seen any recordings of candid animal fights, you'll see that it's typically much more awkward and tense than the dramatic choreography we see in movies. So exactly how would 2 T-Rexes engage in combat? Well, I wanted the opinion of an expert. So I reached out to British paleontologist, evolutionary biologist, senior lecturer at Queen Mary University,
Dave Martin,
Tyrannosaurus Chronicles,
Dave Hone,
expert on all things T-Rex, Dr. David Hone.
So these big fights are when things are even.
So I love that he actually reached out to a dinosaur paleontologist about this. This is top-notch stuff. Like, I'm thoroughly impressed. This makes me really happy. Good stuff.
Dr. David Hone.
So these big fights are when
a real dinosaur?
And Yain, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Good to have you here.
And things are very evenly matched. Very evenly matched. And there's something really serious on the line. Mad spitballing. Like, 9 times out of 10, nothing happens. As in, they square up a bit. There's maybe some roaring or some pacing or that gorilla chest-beating equivalent. And then one goes, you can have it. Because it's fairly easy to get badly injured. And actually, no one wants to get badly injured. So,
especially when you've got two, huge tyrannosaurs going at it. They're getting into a fight. Like, these are creatures that they're adapted for inflicting grievous injuries on prey with, like, a single bite or something like that. If they're going to be fighting, like, they've got to have a serious reason to do so. So I completely agree with Dave Hone about this. I think that makes a lot of sense.
So yeah, a fight is going to be an awful lot of posturing, an awful lot of displaying, and occasionally descend into a scrap. It's not like, it's the build-up, it's the squaring off, it's the posturing. They're going to stand up. You want to maximize your height, or you're missing out on an opportunity to prove that you're bigger. We don't know, but these are big things with big jaws. Maybe just opening and that could be part of it. Like, look at my jaw now. Look at the size of my teeth. And then it's only that 1% that gets really serious. And even then, may not be that bad. And kind of matches with what we see in the fossil record, in that there's huge numbers of tyrannosaurs. There's something like half of them have all these facial bites. There's a couple of really nasty ones. I described this juvenile, and a chunk of the top of the brain case is missing, with like a row of holes round it. But it's healed round the edge, so it walked it off. If you're getting into a big scrap, it's going to be head to head, and it's going to be a lot of stand-off, head-to-head, this kind of thing. I can imagine they end up side to side. You can really size someone up when you stand right next to them and go, actually, he's quite a bit bigger. And a lot of these fights we see are raked down the side of the face, and so they're kind of almost taking turns. Because, of course, what you really want to do is get a solid fight like that.
This is great.
A lot more damage, potentially. And again,
so this is like what Jurassic Fight Club should have been. Like, I kind of love this. This is really, really cool. Yeah.
We do see hits along the top of the thing, so they're definitely getting some stuff in like that. Peter Jackson's King Kong does this very well, of the inertia of large things. They're going to move slowly. It's going to be a lot of power, but they're not going to like whip round in a fraction of a second. But it's all going to be about getting the angle to get a good bite in.
Okay.
That's got to be your aim.
So with the finished models and everything the doctor laid out, I could begin prepping the fight. And
that one guy says, imagine losing part of your skull to a predator's bite and walking it off with no medicinal help. We see this sort of thing in dinosaur fossils again and again, where you get grievous injuries that healed. Like, there's huge bite marks in the bones, and then clearly the bones had healed long before the animal died. So they had horrific injuries and, walked it off. They lived to fight another day. Really cool, Pretty wild. These would have been really resilient animals, Yeah.
First step was to make an animatic to get Dr. Hone's thumbs up. I quickly drew up some storyboards laying out exactly how I envisioned the fight going, and I opened up Melon. And with this, we knew what we had.
And hang on, so I've got a Chrome extension that skips the ads, but I want to be, let's do some ethical reacts here. Like other Twitch streamers say. Let's watch through the video. This person went through all of the time and effort to produce this, and let's watch their little ad. Here.
Brainstorm and collaborate on ideas. I used their storyboard template and brought in my boards so I could move things around, see how the pacing flows, and even jot down notes for timing, camera movement, or sound design. It let me see the whole thing laid out visually and made it super easy to adjust. Once I was happy, I turned it into a video animatic, basically a moving storyboard, to get a feel for rhythm and timing before I touched any 3D software, and brought it into my board. And that's why Milanote is perfect for creatives like myself. It's designed to help you organize your work and be as productive as possible. It makes starting any project easy, as it has over 100 built-in templates for just about any project. And you can share your work to collaborate with a team, or in my case, I was even able to use Milanote on my phone and show the boards to my friends to get the reaction. Milanote is available for free with no time limit, so sign up for a free Milanote account using my link in the description. And with this, we
Me too, Terminator Pig,
to bring this prehistoric duel to life. So I want
Dinosaur! Gigantic dinosaurs attacking our boy! A dinosaur? What?
What? Quanta Dionysus, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Again, donned my motion capture suit and got ready to channel my inner T-Rex. Now, I'm going to give you guys a secret to successfully motion capturing a dinosaur, and it speaks to their anatomy. That means
is he really doing mocap here, or is this a bit?
What? Including T-Rex and all modern birds are named theropods, which means three-toed. Why? Because
that's not what theropod means. Theropod does not mean three-toed. It means beast foot. So that part is.
Birds are named theropods, which means three-toed.
That's not what that means. So theropod. Means beast foot, right there. Yeah. And not all theropods have, well, hardly any theropods have three toes, actually. Almost all of them have four, including modern birds. There's some exceptions. So, the ornithomimids, they do lose their hallux at some point, and so they do just have three toes on each foot. This is common for cursorial animals to lose digits. Horses are a classic example. They've just got one toe left on each foot. But other examples of this would be foot of an emu. They've also lost their hallux. They only have three toes on each foot. Ostriches only have two. They've lost their digit 1, I believe. Digit 1 and digit 2. I think they just have digits 3 and 4 left. But yeah, ostriches, 2 toes on each foot. So anyway, yeah. And camels have 2, I think. They do have exi, but they're not birds. We're talking about theropods, which are theropod dinosaurs, and including birds. But yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Because just like dogs and a lot of other animals, theropods walk on their toes. Humans, however, we walk on our heels. So the secret, just make sure that each step is toes first. Once I remembered I was an adult man acting like a dinosaur in front of my computer and I had gotten what I needed, I was able to bring that motion into Blender, apply it to my models.
Zealot, humans are not dinosaurs. No, we've talked about this a bunch of times before. Humans are a kind of mammal. So we'll go back to our tree of life here. So, humans are a kind of mammal. We evolved from earlier mammals, from earlier primates. So humans are a kind of African ape, which is a kind of great ape, which is a kind of ape, which is a kind of catarrhine, which is a kind of Simiformian, haplorhine, primate. Primates are a kind of Urarcontan. You can keep doing this, going back and back and back until you get to mammals. Humans are a kind of mammal right here. When we're saying that humans are a kind of mammal, it's not based on something like, oh, is it bipedal or not? Or does it walk on its toes or not? And humans and dinosaurs do not have the same grandparents. That's exactly what I'm describing, Zalot, is they don't. Yeah. Humans are descended from mammals. Dinosaurs are not. So dinosaurs are over here. So mammals are over here. Dinosaurs are on a separate branch of the amniote family tree. They are sauropsids, reptiles. So dinosaurs are a kind of archosaur right here. The birds and crocs and this tree doesn't show as very many extinct creatures. It doesn't show whole extinct groups. So dinosaurs should be right here, but they're not. Yeah. And grandparents. I mean, if you trace it back far enough, yeah. Humans and dinosaurs do share a common ancestor, but that would be over 300 million years ago. All living things on our planet, all life forms, you can trace back to a common ancestor. So we can keep going out and out and out until you get to all life. There we go. Everything from bacteria to blue whales all shared a common ancestor a few billion years ago. That's why all life on Earth has DNA. Because we inherited that from our common ancestor. So yeah. But, yeah. And Quanta Dionysus says, love seeing learning. Me too. It's what I'm here trying to do. Welcome, Quanta. Yeah. And what does Luca mean again exactly? Last universal common ancestor. Yeah. Luca. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And Yain, oh, this is the One Zoom Tree of Life. I love showing this off. It is super, super cool. Awesome resource. It's just a website that you can use. So you can click that right now and check it out. Yeah. Sabula says, Luca was a good guy, very helpful to everyone. Yeah. Love that Luca, you know? He's a good earner. Really helped grow this thing of ours, you know? This thing we call life. Life on Earth. Let's get back to our video, shall we? Before we get too distracted. Yeah. Helped our family. There you go, Circules, yeah. You could say was instrumental in you know, starting this whole you know, this family business called Life on Earth.
Protected by massive plates of bony armor.
Roseanne D, thank you so much for the 41 months. It's a long time,
Dinos
Roseanne.
1, Paleobirds are Dinos 2, Paleobirds are Dinos 3.
Thanks for keeping me here on live, on stream. Thanks for keeping me alive. Appreciate you, Roseanne. Yeah. He was a type of fish. No, he wasn't a type of fish. Fish evolved from Luca. Luca is way before the first fish. It's the last universal common ancestor. It's like the first thing that gave rise to everything else. That's Luca. Yeah. Biology brought to you by the mom. There you go, Dr. Beautiful. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to our video here.
And then, with some tweaking,
waste management.
Well, a lot of tweaking, we had the finished animations. And it was now time to fire up Unreal Engine so we can do this scene build and get our final image.
That's a lot of work. This is impressive.
And assemble the full edit of the fight. I really wanted this to look realistic, so I used long lenses and tried to get angles that a nature photographer would be getting if they filmed this for real. Once I was happy with the edit, it was time to build the surroundings. So just what did T-Rex's home look like? Well, T-Rex inhabited much of Western.
So this is great, and he's even got, oh man, I love that there's still the WIS right there, the Western Interior Seaway. This isn't closed up yet, like you see in a lot of stuff. Even Ron Blakey's maps are wrong about this. This is brilliant. Well done. Good stuff.
North America, at land known as Lyrimedia. This spanned from the northwest, where light snowfall and seasonal shifts were common, to the east, which saw milder, more stable climates, and to the southwest, which was shaped by volcanic activity. But among these, the most iconic T-Rex habitat was in the east.
Hell Creek Formation.
The famous Hell Creek Formation.
Bingo!
The most well-researched and studied fossil site and habitat in the world. Now, unfortunately, the exact trees and plants from 66 million years ago no longer exist, and modeling an entire extinct ecosystem from scratch is a bit outside the scope of this video. But
does he use some of the stuff from Saurian, maybe? That's what I would try and do in his position.
by using trees and plants that resemble their prehistoric counterparts, we can get a pretty good picture of where Big Daddy Rex lived oh so many years
This is
ago.
great.
And
Oh
that
man, I love
picture
this.
was a giant prehistoric redwood forest. So I corralled as many assets as I could find that matched the look and feel of what we needed and started building the scene.
This is
I
so
added
good.
an atmosphere,
Oh,
insects,
man.
and I went ahead and made an entire muzzle system for the dinosaurs.
This is
So
phenomenal.
The file size is way too big, and I didn't want this to happen. So I ended up replacing it with good old reliable wiggle bones, which allowed me to get the same basic effect at a fraction of the cost. I also used these to give it saliva and blood drool as the fight progressed, as I noticed this happens in many fights between Komodo dragons. Coupled with breathing, nostrils flaring, and blinking, this should allow the creatures to feel alive and real. Once I was happy with it, I could hit render. I went to do important things, came back when it was finished, and then brought it in for post.
So this is so cool. This is the work of one guy right here, evidently. Kind of astonishing. When you see some of the garbage that Hollywood puts out, which is like, you know, teams of dozens of people, and it can't hold a candle to something that was just like a passion project for one guy, this is really impressive. It's very impressive. Top tier work, says Alexander. I agree. Yeah. Yeah.
Processing and sound effects, which is where I need to ruin many people's childhoods. Because you see, T-Rex and most dinosaurs wouldn't have been able to roar.
And what is a roar even, you know? A very low-pitched shriek or bellow, I would still call that a roar. I don't know. They might not have like the laryngeal roar that like lions have. They have a different vocal apparatus than like the mammalian larynx and everything else. But I don't know. I think that alligators roar. I would call that a roar sometimes. The bellows that males do when they're, you know, doing like a courtship thing. Yeah.
And honestly, might not have been able to vocalize at all.
I don't buy this for a second. Dinosaurs not being the whole like silent Mesozoic hypothesis. Is that what he's talking about here?
Why? Well, the only fossil we have related to the vocal anatomy of dinosaurs is the larynx of an ankylosaurus, suggesting like
it's not Ankylosaurus. It's a different kind of Ankylosaur. I think this is it's not Shamasaurus. It's not Saichen. I think it's Pinacosaurus. I think that's the critter where we've got the nasal passages and the larynx and everything. There's a few other dinosaurs, I think, with preserved larynxes, but I don't think they're as well known as this.
Most animals, dinosaurs had a larynx. This is different from birds who sing using a special vocal organ called a syrinx.
I think birds might also have a larynx too, but it's just not used as much in vocalization.
Which might not have existed in dinosaurs at all. So unfortunately, T-Rex could not sing like a songbird. And the thing about larynges is that they're not all made equal. Some reptiles have larynges that allow vocalization, and others are completely silent. And when it comes to dinosaurs,
and Komodo dragons are not silent. They still hiss and stuff like that. They can still vocalize a little bit, I think. I wouldn't call them silent. Silent is such a superlative word. It's like, it's an absolute. Silent is different from quiet, you know? I don't think Komodo dragons are silent.
we just don't know which type they had. So, but it doesn't mean T-Rex made no sound at all. Hisses, bellows, and slapping the
There we go. Yeah.
are all sounds that animals make. And they're almost definitive sounds.
There you go, Mikey likes, yeah.
If it did have a functioning vocal larynx, it would have sounded not like a bird or a mammal, but instead more like a crocodile. As their more prehistoric vocal anatomy is probably much closer to what dinosaurs would have also sported. Which
I
is
buy that.
exactly what YouTube Channel Studio did. He took the sounds of crocodilians, along with other reptiles and non-syrinx-based birds, and scaled them up to the size of T-Rex and other dinosaurs.
So this is how you do it. Oh, I love this. Back at Museum of the Rockies, where I used to work, in the Hall of Giants, and maybe also the Hall of Horns and Teeth, like in the displays upstairs in the museum, the public-facing areas, like when you visit the museum, you know, that's what you see. Hall of Giants. Here we go. That's the Hall of Horns and Teeth. But anyway, and here there's a soundtrack in the background that would play through the speakers. And there's like forest sounds, animal vocalizations. What they did is they took bird calls and they slowed them down. They dropped the frequency. And it's like this. There we go. Exactly like this. Every time I play this video, people in chat tell me my cat or my dog is going nuts right now. They're really responding to these sounds. This one in particular. Really, really cool. So seems like that's what he did in this video too, which is really neat.
He took the sounds of crocodilians, along with other reptiles and non-searing space birds, and scaled them up to the size of T-Rex and other dinosaurs.
There you go, Milarella, yeah.
The most scientifically plausible dinosaur sounds available to date, and he's graciously allowing me to use them. So go check out his video to hear the full range of dinosaurs he's brought back to life. So with this in mind, I built the soundscape of this titan using as many of these non-roaring, biologically plausible sounds as possible. And after all this, we had our finished fight. But I wanted to do something with everything we've learned so far, which is why I'm turning the T-Rex into a plush toy. This will be the first scientifically accurate T-Rex plushie ever made.
That's cool, okay.
And for just $2, you can reserve your spot and help us bring it to life. Hit the second link down below to claim your grizzly. And now, without further ado, this is what a T-Rex fight actually looks like.
Oh, this is great. So they're fighting over a mate? Okay. And they're not stomping exactly, Claire, yeah. Each other up right now. Here comes that threat display. I like how stark, like, pink the mouth is. It's really striking. It's easy to see. It's like, oh man, I do not want to disappear down that gullet. You would feel that in your bones, Claire. Absolutely, yeah. Oh boy. Drawn blood there. Headbutting there, Mikey likes, yeah. Got that biting on the face like we actually see in the fossils. I'm loving this. This is so cool. Oh. I think we might have a winner on the right there. Yowza. Oof. Look at those wounds there. We do see this on the lower jaws of tyrannosaurs. I agree with you, Petrodactylus, yeah. Good point. So he's going to slink away now. Yowza.
And that brings us to the third and final point. While Hollywood and an audience loves a definitive winner, nature is much more forgiving, and most fights do not result in death. The aim of the fight is never to kill, but simply to win. And that's what we saw happen here. Once Grizzly laid a definitive blow on the challenger, they both knew it was over, and going any further would again put their lives in danger. And why bother? They have to think about tomorrow. And that's the main thing I wanted to show with this video. That while formidable, terrifying, and otherworldly, at the end of the day, this was a real animal, not a movie monster. And I hope I did that. So let me know what you thought of the fight. Try out Millenor for free. Special thank you to Dr. David Hone, as well as Mark Whitman's new book, which I use extensively in this video.
Excellent.
Check out both their books in the description. All right, guys, I hope you enjoyed that.
Very cool.
Subscribe.
This was phenomenal.
See you again
Yeah.
very soon.
Excellent. I'll give you a link to this right here. Stupendous. Absolutely brilliant. Again, incredible what one passionate and talented person can pull off. How much better that is than, like, just this slop garbage that we get out of Hollywood sometimes. This was one guy who made this. When you base things on reality, on real science, it ends up way cooler than anything in any of the Jurassic World movies. This is the point that I make all the time, is that dinosaurs are cool because they're real. There's an authenticity there that is worth so much more than sensationalism. I don't know, this was phenomenal. Really, really good stuff. Yeah. Pretty darn cool. Yeah. But anywho, yeah. This is one of the best videos that I've seen in a long, long time. I'm thoroughly impressed by this. It's kind of the perfect mix of, like, all the, goofy YouTube stuff. That's what allows people to stay engaged in a video like this. As a paleontologist watching it, I'm here for the science. I'm here for seeing a reconstruction of these animals done by a talented visual artist. But there's enough of just the goofy YouTube stuff thrown in there as well for a general audience. This is superb. Again. Like right here. Angriest Naturalist makes a really good point. They don't need to be monsters. They're cooler than monsters. Absolutely. That's why we love dinosaurs, is because they're real. And that's why they're a zillion times cooler than, I don't know, centaurs or hobgoblins or whatever else kind of nonsense garbage they throw into Jurassic World movies nowadays. Yeah. But yeah. Awesome. Mateus Shaper asks, could they have had something on their backs that doesn't fossilize? I always thought something is missing. For tyrannosaurs, there is maybe a chance that they would have had some sort of soft tissue structure on their backs potentially, but I don't really see the need for that. Generally, if dinosaurs are going to have something on their backs that we know of, then it's something that's, fossilizable. Stegosaurus springs to mind. Those big dorsal plates on the back, those are ossified. They're what we call osteoderms. So they're bones embedded in the skin. But yeah, they fossilize there. Every once in a while, we'll find an exquisitely well-preserved dinosaur fossil that has soft tissue preserved on it. So Edmontosaurus regalis is a good example, where this is one of the flat-headed duckbill dinosaurs. Its skull looks like this. And yet there was a specimen that was discovered that had a bunch of skin and other soft tissue preserved like that. And it shows that this animal actually had like a soft fleshy crest on the top of its head. Like you see right here. There's a link right there. We don't have this for tyrannosaurs yet, except for maybe Eutyrannus, if it is a tyrannosaur. It has some soft tissue preserved. It actually has fossil feathers on it. nothing to indicate that there would be anything crazy going along on its back. If this animal is a tyrannosaur, it's much earlier than T-Rex. But yeah. But there's no indication that it had any sort of soft tissue thing going on its back. If it is an early Tyrannosauroid, which is kind of the current idea, here we go. Here's Eutyrannus.
Due to their large size, the remains of T-Rex's cousins are kept in a warehouse in a suburb of Beijing.
Got most of the skeleton of this animal.
Tyrannosaurus is a really amazing animal. You know, it's a really big animal, about 1.5 tons in body mass. Its body covered by feathers, really long.
There's
feathers.
Xu Xing,
So this
the
is
most famous paleontologist in the world.
You know, traditionally we thought, you know, when animal get big, for dinosaurs, same, those feathers, reduced feathers, or at least feathers are kind of sparse. But here we have a large-bodied dinosaur with dense and long feathers. So this is bizarre.
So we've got some soft tissue preservation on Eutyrannus, and there's no indication that there'd be anything on the back. We do get other theropods that do have weird structures on their backs, like Conchovenator. It's got this thing going on, but that's supported by bones. That's there in the skeleton of this creature. We're still not 100% sure, like, what the shape should be, so you see different interpretations from different artists. But again, that's supported by bones. Those are projections off of the neural spines on the vertebrae. Could Tyrannosaurus have had something like that? Maybe, but we don't have any reason to think that it would at this point. It would be very surprising. So yeah. Anyhow, I hope that makes sense. Yeah. And Simplex Pachinko asks, but even if there were a cartilaginous structure on the back, cartilaginous or soft tissue, could be just flesh and skin. Would there be some evidence of it through distortion of the stone around it? It depends what the preservation is like. Yeah. Because you could have a skeleton that's completely... all the flesh is all rotted away. It's only the bones left there that got buried. It depends at what point the animal got buried. So yeah, it depends. Dr. Terrace says, why are you not 100% sure that Eutyrannus is a Tyrannosauroid? Just because it seems to have some features of it that look Allosauroid. I think the features that make it a Tyrannosaur are pretty squishy. And I've spoken with people who work on theropod phylogeny, and they're like, yeah, Eutyrannus is kind of placed as a basal Tyrannosauroid kind of for convenience sake. It might be related to things like Monolophosaurus. It might be related to things like Signraptor. This critter. Yeah. So Eutyrannus is not like an unambiguous Tyrannosaur. At least according to the researchers that I've spoken with about this. Yeah. Let's see. So yeah. Thomas Carr and Steve Brusati placed it as even more basal than Dilong within Proceratosauridae. It's funny, I've got this fossil in the other room, 3D printed. Proceratosaurus skull. So yeah. Yeah.
We have the Tradoon. Tradoon.
Bosman18, hey, thank you for the Prime sub. Really appreciate that. 10 months. Good stuff. Appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Anywho, Pliny the Other wants to know, are dinosaur bones really stone and not bones? Well, they're both.
Tradoon.
So when a critter gets fossilized, well, here, let's play the video, shall we? If you'd like a step-by-step guide on how to become a fossil, because who doesn't dream of one day becoming a fossil? Well, here's how to do it.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die.
Yeah, that's step 1. That's the one that gets you.
Once you are dead, your remains may be scavenged by other organisms. Step 2, get buried fast.
So you can't get fossilized unless you get buried.
Your remains won't completely decay or be carried away by scavengers.
So sometimes, if we're talking about like a dinosaur getting fossilized, sometimes the carcass gets buried before all the flesh rots away or gets eaten by scavengers. And sometimes the skeleton is sitting there on the surface for months or years or decades before it actually gets buried. And so the bones can get scattered, things can get eaten, stuff disappears. That's really what happens with like the majority of dinosaur skeletons that we're finding, is that, you know, they've been pulled apart pretty badly. But sometimes, if their critter got buried before all of those things can happen, you can get really nice preservation.
Your best bet for rapid burial is to die near or in a river, lake, or ocean, where water can deposit sediment over you. Step 3, soak in groundwater for a long, long time.
So this is the actual fossilization process right here. Bones, just in and of themselves, they will decay over decades, centuries, millennia. In order for something to stand the test of time, to last for millions of years, it has to get permineralized. Fossilized, essentially. So minerals in the surrounding rock or in the groundwater will seep in, and there's a few different ways that this can happen, so you get different kinds of preservation. I think they talk about that right here.
Groundwater contains minerals. Over time, dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton.
Yep.
Or the water can dissolve your skeleton, leaving only minerals in its place.
So that's called, I don't know, I guess like full replacement. You can get permineralization, you can get full replacement. It's like a spectrum too. So there's like lots of different ways of getting preserved like this. But the point is, it does have to do with minerals getting into the bones. So a lot of the original hydroxyapatite, so the actual, like, you know, hard part of our bones, the non-squishy parts of our bones, that might still be present tens of millions of years later, and it's just been supplemented. It's been added on to by minerals and stuff like that. Or sometimes that part just completely gets dissolved away, and there's only minerals from the groundwater and the surrounding rock left. So that's like full-on replacement. So it depends. You know, fossil bones are bones. They've been fossilized. But how much of the original bone is still left? The original bone that was part of the animal, the like biological structure? How much of that is left depends on the situation. How it was preserved. What's the ground chemistry around it? You know, all kinds of stuff like that.
Either
so
way,
it's complicated.
Your skeleton will turn to stone, and you'll be a fossil.
Yep.
Step 4, wait to be exposed. As the years go by, if you're lucky, sea levels can fall or rock can erode and expose you.
Beautiful.
Then, if your luck holds out, you might get spotted by a fossil hunter and wind up in a museum collection where scientists can study you to learn about evolution.
There you go. Yeah. Does that make sense? And there you go, Crimson. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, Eutyrannus is still kind of mysterious, even though it's super well preserved. Yeah. Solvotrode asks, isn't it weird to discuss time periods that are far beyond you? You're used to it as a paleontologist, you know? That's what we do. Here, I think Michael Novacek talks about that in a clip. Let me find that here.
Ancient past. I traveled all around the world and met just about every working paleontologist there was in every country. And there's something that happens to somebody when they start thinking in deep time. They're sort of not of this planet. They're not of the same time-space continuum of the rest of us. They're thinking, you know, an idea of a long time is like, you know, 65 million years ago, not what they had for breakfast.
Yep. And that's part of being a paleontologist or a geologist or an evolutionary biologist, as we have to think in terms of deep time, millions of years. And for a lot of folks in the general public, that's kind of a bewildering idea, but you get used to it. You start thinking in those terms enough, and it becomes you know, that's the water we swim in, you know? That's the air we breathe. That's what we're used to. We're engulfed in it, you know? So yeah. Sorry, I got that. It was Luis C. Hoyos talking about that, not Michael Novacek. That was a different part. But anywho, yeah. So I hope that makes sense, Silvotrode. Yeah. Luke Herman's Gaming says the timescale of how many years ago everything happened we're discussing here makes the time of when ancient Egyptian pyramids were built feel like yesterday. Oh yeah. No, it's... As I've said uncharitably many times, you know, like, archaeology. It's overburdened, you know? All that stuff is so recent. It might as well have happened last Thursday, you know? Here, we were talking about T-Rex from that video. That animal died out 66 million years ago when that asteroid hit. Here we go. 66 million years ago is the end of the Cretaceous period. Dinosaurs first evolved probably about 240 million years ago, in like the later part of the Middle Triassic period. So they were around for almost 180 million years. From 66 million years ago until today, that's a comparatively short amount of time. So, if anybody here has been to Disneyland in Anaheim, California, and you've been on the train that goes around the park, you've probably seen Primeval World, these like animatronic dinosaur and other creature dioramas. These were part of the 1964 World's Fair. And kind of the crescendo at the end is a battle between Tyrannosaurus and Stegosaurus. Now, in life, these two animals would not have met. Never, ever, ever. Stegosaurus had been in the ground for like 70 plus million years before T-Rex evolved. T-Rex is closer in time to you and me and Twitch.tv than it is to Stegosaurus. So this would have been slightly more realistic if they had T-Rex watching Twitch than battling a Stegosaurus, you know? That's the kind of time that we're talking about here in the age of dinosaurs. Cliche factoid, I know, right, Ken? Yeah. It is a cliche for dinosaur paleontologists. But, yeah. Yeah. The only interaction would be a T-Rex falling or stepping onto a Stegosaurus fossil. Sure, potentially. Yeah. Yeah. Stegosaurus was on Justin TV before it became Twisted Crimson. No, way earlier than that. Yeah. And are you saying this is as realistic as people fighting a T-Rex? Yes, and Simplex pitching. If we're talking just about lengths of time, if that's our only metric, then yeah. Yeah. T-Rex is closer to people than T-Rex is to Stegosaurus. Yeah. So, it doesn't make it bad. I agree, Ken. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. And jellyfish already existed that whole time. Oh yeah, sea jellies far predate the dinosaurs. They go all the way back to like the Cambrian period or earlier. So yeah, yeah. Anyhow, yeah. With that said, shoot, it's 4:30 already. Darn. Let's get into some fossil news here, shall we? I also have to go use the little paleontologist room, so I know what I'll do. I'll play a little movie trailer for you. Did anybody see maybe saw a poster for or a trailer for, maybe even saw the movie 65 with Adam Driver? This is supposed to take place 65 million years ago, and they made a goof here. Because dinosaurs actually died out, except for birds, 66 million years ago. I took the liberty of re-editing that trailer in order to well, make it a little bit more scientifically authentic. So I'm going to play this for you. It's a couple minutes long. I'm going to run to the bathroom and I'll be right back. But, yeah, just a small goof of a million years, but it makes a big difference, as you'll see, Charlie's Dragon. Here's my recut trailer right here.
Location unknown.
Charter 373. This is Commander Mills. My ship was hit by an undocumented asteroid. Send help.
We've crash landed on an uncharted celestial body.
Location unknown.
There's something alien out there. You need to be quiet and move.
So, there's that. The joke is the filmmakers got it wrong. 65 million years ago is a million years too late to see any dinosaurs, except for maybe Some little birds or something. It needs more turtles. It kind of does, Dr. Terra, but yeah. Yeah. I wanted to focus on the mammals. Anyhow. It was a lot of fun to put that together. But it has to do with, you know, we're talking about geological time here. We're talking about millions of years. Being off by even just 1 million years, which is not that much to a paleontologist, even being off by that much can make it a completely different movie. Yeah. Anywho, with that said, let's go ahead and check out some fossil news here. So there's 2 pieces of fossil news that we're going to go over. One of them, our second one, is on fossil penguins from New Zealand. We'll use that as a segue to get into Thursday Birds Day. But first, the one that I'm honestly much more excited about, and shout out to Ralph Molnar, esteemed paleontologist. I ran into him Tuesday in Berkeley, and he sent me an email being like, Danny, I thought you'd really enjoy this paper. I know you're interested in dinosaur ontogeny. And it's about Protoceratops. I haven't seen any press releases or anything like that for this paper yet, so we're just going in raw. We're going to take a look at this paper and tell you why I'm so excited about it. Craniomandibular ontogeny of Protoceratopsid dinosaurs indicates the possibility of an ontogenetic dietary shift. What does that mean? That means that these guys, Protoceratopsids, probably eating different things when they're young, when they're babies, as opposed to when they're adolescents, as opposed to when they're adults. Possibly moving through different ecological niches as they grow and mature through ontogeny. So this is Triceratops right here, not a Protoceratopsid. But this is an animal that grows a lot and changes a lot as it grows through its ontogeny. Ontogeny just means life history. An individual animal growing and changing.
Ontogeny.
Those are ontogenetic changes. Changes during ontogeny. Ontogeny means growth of an individual.
Ontogeny.
Get it? So yeah. And yeah, the Pokemon sounds, Luke Herman's Gaming, because that's the thing, is that Pokemon gets that completely wrong. The evolution in Pokemon is not evolution. Not at all. Evolution happens between generations. So offspring are a little bit different from their parents. That's how evolution works. One individual animal changing during its lifetime is not evolution. It's ontogeny. Changes during ontogeny. Ontogenetic changes. It's possible that in Protoceratops, they're eating different things at different stages of growth, occupying different niches. Interesting stuff. First, let me introduce you to Protoceratops. Here. There we go. Protoceratops. Here's a clip from, what was this, from 2004? 2005, something like that? Dinosaur Planet. There's Velociraptor there. Semi-feathered Velociraptor. There's Protoceratops.
Uh-oh. Protoceratops.
Digging these bones out of...
And, Exibens, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Good to have you here. So these are herbivorous dinosaurs. They're plant eaters. They live just before dinosaurs like Triceratops. Yeah. Protoceratops. So this is the critter that we're talking about here. Oh yeah, and we've got here, Prehistoric Kingdom. They have Protoceratops ontogeny now, don't they? Let's see here. Protoceratops. Ontogeny. I don't know if we'll be able to find a video showing this, but it is really cool that they, well, here.
Protoceratops. This animal is one of the smaller species of ceratopsians, living alongside deadly neighbours like the velociraptor.
Yep.
One famous fossil preserves a Protoceratops and a velociraptor locked in battle. Oddly enough, this animal lacks a lot of the more complex facial features seen in larger family members, like a certain three-horned celebrity. Compared to its larger cousins, the foot structure and limb proportions of Protoceratops are much better adapted to running. I guess that's important if you're trying to avoid speedy thieves like Velociraptor.
And Shark Geek, thank you for the raid. Hey, welcome to Paleontologizing, Shark Geek.
G33K and then 19.
It's wonderful to have you here.
Flattened by dinosaur content.
Good stuff, Shark Geek. Thank you for tuning in. We're about to talk about Protoceratops here, and we're getting a visit from one of my landlords as well. It's Mini Pie. What are you blinking that eye for? What's going on? What's going on? Anywho, Shark Geek, how was your stream? I hope it was really good. I just got something in the mail yesterday that you might be interested in.
I do call myself an expert in dinosaur studies.
Thank you, Moxie Drinker, for the 6 months of support. I appreciate you. I pre-ordered this book from David Schiffman, Why Sharks Matter, and I haven't had a chance to read it yet, obviously. Just arrived, what, yesterday? The day before? I think it was yesterday. But yeah, a deep dive with the world's most misunderstood predator. So David Schiffman is, he does a lot of stuff on social media. He's a shark researcher. And so I wanted to make sure I snagged this book when I got the chance. I'm going to be working on my own book about dinosaurs, just like a public outreach thing. So I'm trying to read more kind of modern books by scientists written for the general public about a specific topic. So, yeah, good stuff. That man is very well versed in shark biology. He's a total jerk also. Interesting. I've never met him, but I've had positive interactions with him online. But yeah, he likes to drag shark conservationists through the mud on social media. Quite the bully. Interesting, huh? Yeah, because I know he was calling out people like Ocean Ramsey, who he was taking her to task for basically harassing sharks in their habitats and stuff, but interesting. Anyway, sorry, I was hoping you'd be more enthusiastic, but I understand maybe that, yeah. Interesting, yeah. The book is great, though? Cool. I haven't had a chance to read it, but I'm excited to. Yeah. Anywho. Good stuff. Alright, and Mini Pie here, one of my landlords, is demanding payment. Huh. Yeah, okay. Okay. What's up in fossil news today? We're going to be discussing Triceratops ontogeny and then some giant fossil penguins from New Zealand, too. So, we're about to get back into that paper, but first, we gotta pay the landlord here. We gotta pay the landlord. Maybe brush her a little bit? Can we do that? Oh, there we go. Get some brushing going. There we go. It's like, that's enough for now. Okay. Let's get you some treats, huh? You like that? Alright. look at all those. It's probably too many. We can take a few back. Good stuff. You crunch those up. You use those teeth. Put those dental treats to work. Yeah. And is that 65 video somewhere? It's on my YouTube page, Displacer. If you search for it there, you'll find it. Yeah. Someone who was making a... Yeah, Luke Herman's Gaming says annual humans killed by sharks, about 4 to 5. Yeah. You're more likely to get killed by a vending machine than you are by a shark. Just by the numbers. I think more people are killed by lightning every year than by sharks. Way more, I think. Annual sharks killed by humans, 100 to 150 million. Yeah, it's insane, the number of sharks that are killed by people. We're the true monsters. But yeah. Yeah. Look up the number for saltwater crocodiles. Yeah, it's gonna be a few. Crocodilus porosus, that is a proficient hunter. Yeah, for sure. Similar situation with snakes too. Yeah, people kill so many snakes. I remember one time I was in the field with Denver Fowler. We were at Hell Creek State Park, and there was we had to stay at the state park, which was kind of irritating.
Observation. You couldn't see a thing. Conclusion. Dinosaurs.
Luke Herman's Gaming, thank you for the 2 months of support. I appreciate that.
What's your favorite dinosaur? Mine's the Sabosaurus.
There probably is a dinosaur named Siski Tyrannus is the one that I come up with that's the closest to sub. Anyway, we were doing field work. We had to stay at a campground, Hell Creek State Park, north of Jordan, Montana. And there's a whole bunch of people around us, like, you know, we were the only people who were staying in tents. Everybody else had these enormous, like, fifth-wheel trailers. And they would, like, run their generators all night long. And it's just a lot of really obnoxious people. And there's this one guy who decided that, I guess he, like, found a garter snake next to his gigantic trailer, and he decided to kill it with a shovel. And he was like showing his kids this. He's like, "Oh, look at me, I just killed this rattlesnake." And this made Denver furious. I was feeling the same way, but Denver like acted on this. And he like walked over and he's like, "You think you're so tough? Like, you just killed this poor animal. Like, it's not a rattlesnake, so you're stupid for that. You're a moron. You killed this animal. You're setting a terrible example for your kids." He's like, "I hope you feel terrible." He's like, you think you're some tough guy. Like, you're a wuss." And he, like, practically made this guy cry in front of his kids. It serves him right, you know? Anywho. Get him, says Lenina. Yeah. They left the next day. Yeah. Yeah. And Petrodactylus says garter snakes are so obviously not rattlesnakes, they don't even look alike. But people have this, I don't know, I'll say, not people, I'll say people who aren't very bright, or people who don't know much. You know, they just say, "Oh, snake, bad, kill, kill, snake, bad, must kill, big rock, crush snake." You know, it really aggravates me. I'll put it that way. It's a family-friendly broadcast. I'm not going to use vocabulary that I would feel inclined to use in this situation. Holding my tongue here. But yeah. Yeah. I'm not going to cuss, Claire, no. And Shark Geek, yeah, so this is what I'm saying. It's the same thing for sharks, too. We have a lot of shark bad must kill type folks in Florida, sadly. Trying to do something about that. It's a problem. It's a major problem. Yeah. Anyway. But Protoceratops. Here, we're going to talk about this animal.
Preserves a Protoceratops and a Velociraptor locked in battle.
So this is from the game Prehistoric Kingdom. Beautiful depiction of a Protoceratops.
More complex facial features seen in larger family members, like a certain three-horned celebrity. Compared to its larger cousins, the foot structure and limb proportions of Protoceratops are much better adapted to running. I guess that's important if you're trying to avoid speedy thieves like Velociraptor.
We do have some evidence, actually, that Protoceratops may have been a burrowing animal. Yeah. But anywho, let's get into the paper here on Protoceratops. The title is Craniomandibular Ontogeny of Protoceratopsid dinosaurs indicates the possibility of an ontogenetic dietary shift. So you might be asking, what? Let me try and translate that for you. So craniomandibular, this is like the jaws, the teeth of these animals. Their ontogeny is like their life history. So the way that their jaws and maybe their teeth change throughout their lives indicates that they might be experiencing a dietary shift. So basically, the babies are probably eating something different from the adults, and that is potentially really interesting, because we do not see this today in modern birds or mammals for the most part. So mammals don't see ontogenetic niche shifts like this. What mammals do is that they usually give birth to live young, or even if they don't, even if they lay eggs, they're still nursing their young. They're feeding their young with milk, which means that the babies are eating what the adults eat. Literally, they're like eating stuff that went through mom until they're old enough to eat what the adults are eating for themselves. So this is what, a guanaca or a vicuña right here. This is a South American camelid. This baby right here is going to eat what mom is eating through milk until it's old enough and mature enough to eat what mom's eating by her side. Just feed on grass and other vegetation, like mom does. So this is typical for mammals. This is also typical for birds to a certain extent. Most birds will feed their young, well, a lot of birds will feed their young until the young are just old enough to eat whatever the adults are eating. Dinosaurs, however, were probably not doing this in a lot of cases. Especially if they're not exhibiting a tremendous amount of parental care. Maybe the dinosaurs are caring for their young in the nest and bringing them food, and then after a while, the young might go off and do their own thing. They might do, like, you know, kind of a precocial behavior thing where they're just going off and fending for themselves. But the juveniles are eating something different from the adults. So Protoceratops. Oh, and part of this is because dinosaurs, they didn't produce milk like mammals. And they start off very small because, as far as we know, all dinosaur species laid eggs. With mammals, sometimes they're giving birth to young that are really, really big. So, like, for example, whales produce offspring that are huge. There were dinosaurs that got bigger than whales, longer than whales, taller than whales. I would argue heavier than whales, because whales are in the ocean. They're neutrally buoyant. They don't have to worry about weight at all. They're essentially weightless. The point is, dinosaurs got really big, many of them bigger than whales, and yet even the very largest dinosaurs hatched from eggs that would have been no bigger than this. No bigger than, like, a football, a soccer ball. The largest animals to ever walk on our planet, they started off no bigger than, like, I was gonna say a chihuahua, but that's maybe slightly too small. What's a dog that's slightly bigger than a chihuahua? Let's say a corgi. the very biggest dinosaurs that ever lived, the biggest creatures to ever walk our planets, started off about this size. And so in doing that, they have to go from this size to an animal that's 130 feet long. Those juveniles are not going to be eating the same exact stuff as the adults. You would presume so, at least, right? So yeah. So these dinosaurs are doing something interesting through their ontogeny. That's what we would expect. And with Protoceratops, we know that they change a tremendous amount as they're growing and maturing, to the point where there used to be different species of Triceratops that were, Protoceratops that were named. Turns out a bunch of these are different ontogomorphs, we think. They're just changing a lot as they grow. So yeah. Anyhow. That's what this paper is about. It's trying to test this hypothesis. Are the juveniles and the adults eating different things? This is, thankfully, an open access paper here. Here is a link that I'll put in the chat for you if you'd like to follow along at home. There we go.
Access granted.
There we go. So this is original scientific literature here. Straight from the science horse's mouth, so to speak. Now, let's take a look at the abstract. I was talking about this yesterday with Rhacodactylus. The abstract is a short summary of the paper. Think of it like a movie trailer that also gives away the ending. It's the TLDR of the paper here, the abstract. So, it starts, it is widely assumed that non-avian dinosaurs, the dinosaurs that aren't birds, changed their diet and niche as they grew, as do many modern vertebrates. However, studies that have rigorously investigated such a possibility have been sparse. In this work, we quantified the ontogenetic allometry, so these are the changes that these creatures undergo throughout their lifetimes, of craniomandibular ecomorphological correlates, so different things that kind of correspond to the growth and development of these animals. Well, so looking at their skulls, there's different features in there that kind of tack onto what they're eating and how. Of two Protoceratops dinosaurs, Protoceratops andrewsi and Bagaceratops Rodozdevenskyii. Named after Rostavensky, right? Anywho, these early diverging Neoceratopsians are known from a number of specimens representing different growth stages. So that's the thing, we've got a big specimen number for these guys. We've got a bunch of individuals, some young, some old. That's why it's important. Despite the stark difference in body size between small juveniles and adults, many of the ecomorphological characters, so ecomorphological characters are characteristics of the animals that correspond to their ecology. So it's like, are you eating plants? Are you eating meat? What kind of plants are you eating? How are you processing them? These are ecomorphological characters. It's things that you can point to in the morphology of the animal, in its structure, where you can go, oh, it's doing this or it's doing that. It's eating this, it's eating that kind of thing. Ecomorphological characters. Many of the ecomorphological characters are found to be constant regardless of the size of the animal. This potentially suggests that the juveniles of Protoceratops andrewsi and Bagaceratops rodzavenskyii, were capable of feeding themselves and could forage and feed on their own from an early stage of life. Interesting. Nevertheless, some important changes, such as the positive allometry of the snout length and the coronoid process height. Coronoid process is here in the back of the skull. Here we go. So the coronoid process is up here on the lower jaw. That sticks up, so that's what attaches the lower jaw to the skull. It's kind of like the hinge on the lower jaw. Does that make sense? the extent to which that sticks up has a lot to do with like how much jaw force you have, what's your bite strength, that kind of thing. Which has a lot to do with what you're eating, how you're processing that food. So it's an important characteristic there to consider. And this is more difficult than I was hoping to put back on the wall. There we go. Anyhow. Also, the snout changes relative length compared to the size of the animal. So this supports the hypothesis of ontogenetic dietary shift in Protoceratopsids. So the juveniles and the adults eat in different things. They're essentially doing a different job in the ecosystem. As the ontogenetic changes are linked to increase in bite force and foraging range, this implies that adult Protoceratopsids were better adapted to feeding on tough vegetation compared to younger individuals. That's kind of a no-brainer, but it's nice to have confirmation of that. You would assume that to be the case. It's nice to have data to back that up, you know? And these guys do have a beak, Larmamunca, yes indeed. So, like all ceratopsians, these guys have got a beak at the front of their mouth. For cropping vegetation, maybe also for defending themselves. In the same way that, like, a lot of birds, if you mess with them, they'll bite you to defend themselves. Anybody who's ever been bitten by a parrot or a parakeet or a budgie or whatever you want to call it. Anybody in chat been bitten by a psittaciform bird like that? Budgie, conure, parakeet, whatever. How much did that hurt? Many times, says Trek Nerd. Cockatoo, says Murph. Yeah, yeah. How badly did that hurt? Now imagine that the animal has got a beak, instead of this big, it's this big. Like, this is an animal that could probably bite your femur in half if it really wanted to. Like, it could sever your limbs. This is not to be trifled with. This creature has got a formidable beak. Yeah. This would take your fingers off, take your arms off, potentially. It might bite your thigh in half. Like, yeah. As recently as today, I received a hard nibble. I'm sorry to hear that, Chaotic Time Traveler. I hope you recover. But yeah, those beaks. Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah. Here, so let's take a look at this paper here. We'll go through the main body of the text. We'll pick out the choicest, most interesting bits that are ripe for discussion here. Previous descriptions regarding the ontogeny of Protoceratops andrewsi have shown that as the animals grew, the relative size of the exaggerated cranial structures, such as the nasal bump, that's this bump right here, this nasal bump, the jugal-boss are these like cheek spikes, you can almost call them cheek horns that come off, that's the jugal-boss. And the frill increased significantly in size as the animal grew. So that makes a lot of sense. We know that these structures change as the animal is growing and maturing. It's much like we see in Triceratops. We've got a pretty decent growth series for. It's getting better all the time as we find more and more specimens.
Ontogeny.
Changes in ontogeny like that. Protoceratops is much the same way, except it doesn't develop those horns like in Triceratops.
Ontogeny.
So despite the fact that these thorough descriptions of Protoceratops ontogeny have made this taxon one of the non-avian dinosaurs which its growth changes are best understood, such studies have focused mainly on development of the cranial ornamentations. While other important changes that occur during growth, such as ontogenetic dietary shift, have been largely uninvestigated. Interesting. See this name right here too, Dave Hone. He's the guy who showed up in that video, like on the Zoom call. That video that we were just watching earlier, that was Dave Hone, Tyrannosaur expert, but he's also published on these guys a bit too. So his paper got cited in here right there. Hone et al. 2016. So in fact, the ontogenetic niche shifts in non-avian dinosaurs in general are still not well understood due to limitations such as small number of known juveniles, and in-depth investigations on the subject have only recently started to take place. So, paper from 2022 here, that is pretty recent. So far, studies regarding ontogenetic dietary change in non-avian dinosaurs have focused on growth changes and ecomorphological features, tooth microwear patterns, isotope analyses, biomechanical properties, or potential habitat segregation between different growth stages. Evidence for ontogenetic niche shift has been reported from a variety of dinosaurian clades, including theropods, sauropods, ornithischians such as hadrosaurids, but in the case of ceratopsians, our horned dinosaurs, including Protoceratops, Landy et al. Found an increase in the mechanical advantage of the lower jaw and bite force during growth in Psittacosaurus, and interpreted these as evidence for dietary shift during ontogeny, from soft vegetation to a broader range of plants, including tougher ones. So basically, when these animals get older, they get bigger, their jaws increase in size, and the bigger they are, the more powerful they are. And I think this might not just be like an isometric thing, it might be an allometric thing too, where the jaws are actually increasing in size relative to the size of the skull as the animals mature. So, interesting stuff. So here, for this paper, it said a total of 15 variables known to correlate to the feeding ecology have been used in ecomorphological analyses of non-avian dinosaurs in these other papers. These are length of the snout anterior to the maxillary tooth row, so like the length of the snout before you get to the teeth and the jaw. The width of the premaxillary region of the skull, so that's how wide the beak is essentially on these guys. The height of the cranium to the nasal region, height of the cranium to the postorbital region, width between the quadrates, width between the paroccipital processes, etc., etc. So these are these different measurements that they're taking here on each of these skulls, and then they can compare these relative numbers to try and see how these change as these animals are growing and maturing. So they've run a lot of numbers here to try and quantify this stuff. Here's their data plots right here. So this is for Protoceratops and Bagaceratops. Lots of data. So since we've got more Protoceratops than Bagaceratops, Protoceratops is the primary one. Bagaceratops will serve as a comparative or supplemental information. Okay. The fact that juveniles and adults do not differ significantly in so many ecomorphological traits suggests that Protoceratops and Bagaceratops are capable of foraging and feeding from quite a young age. So this is suggesting that these animals weren't necessarily fed in the nest by their parents for all that long. When they're still pretty small, they might be able to go off on their own and find their own food. That's what the authors are implying here. Perhaps did not necessarily need food items brought by adults to survive. Moreover, if youngsters of these taxa foraged for themselves, the same likely would have been the case for Breviceratops and other species of Protoceratops, like Protoceratops hellenicorinus. Given this significant similarity in craniomandibular anatomy among Protoceratopsid individuals. Okay. So, although another notable point is that there have been aggregations of Protoceratops individuals composed of small, young, and juveniles or subadults, with no clear evidence that the adults were together at the time of their death. So basically, we found like gaggles of baby Protoceratops together. Preserved in the same spot. So maybe there were like herds of these small juveniles all hanging out together, kind of off on their own. So here we go. I'm not sure if this is Protoceratops or a similar critter, but here's a gorgeous example of that. So there's a skull there, a skull there. You can see the eye sockets. That might help you pick it out. Eye sockets and temporal fenestrae. So 1 skull, 2 skulls, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's at least 7 individuals here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 individuals here, if not more. These are all juveniles about the same age. And they all died together. So it might be kind of like some baby crocs that hang out together. There might still be some parental care. Here's a gharial with a whole bunch of babies. These are not just this individual's babies, these are babies of friends and relatives and neighbors. That's way too many babies for one gharial. So this is like all the adults are benefiting from this one gharial doing babysitting duty right now. Gharial daycare. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, the juveniles will hang out together in groups, and sometimes they'll receive parental care, or they'll have adults kind of guard them. Maybe Protoceratops is doing the same thing, but the point is sometimes a bunch of them get preserved together, so the juveniles are hanging out in groups. Although the possibility that the larger adults may have escaped at the time of burial was considered, it was deemed unlikely, since the taphonomic environments of such aggregations were interpreted to involve very quick depositions under heavy sandstorms or collapsing dunes, making it difficult for adults to escape as well. That might have also been in a burrow, but I don't know if they discussed that here. Yeah. Pretty neat. Here's my undergrad advisor in here. Dave Verricchio. Dave Evans as well. Peter Dodson. It's a small world in dinosaur paleontology. I recognize most of these names. Caleb Brown, Jordan Mallon. Yeah. Here, I'm trying to paraphrase this for you, trying to, like, translate this. And here we go. Here's a baby Protoceratops skull. You can see how much they change as they grow and mature. The beak is also becoming larger relative to the skull size as the animals mature. So not only does the frill get longer, but the beak embiggens too. So it's almost a slam dunk that the adults are eating something different from what the juveniles are eating. And it's the same in Breviceratops. Or sorry, Bagaceratops down here. B is Bagaceratops, right? Yeah, B. Bagaceratops. Beautiful. So there's a bunch of changes that occur here that you wouldn't expect if they're eating the same thing when they're a juvenile and an adult. So, like, they're exhibiting changes that seem to run counter to the idea that, like, oh yeah, they're eating the same thing all the time, whatever. This implies a diet shift, too. So, yeah. This data suggests many of these characters scaled isometrically during growth in Protoceratopsid dinosaurs. Such a growth trend potentially suggests that youngsters of Protoceratopsids were capable of feeding themselves, perhaps could feed and forage on their own at an early stage of life. Nonetheless, such important changes like the increase in relative depth, the mandible at the coronoid process level, or elongation of the snout, lend support to the presence of an ontogenetic dietary shift in this group. It is hypothesized that young Protoceratopsids with shorter snouts fed on soft, nutrient-rich vegetation, whereas adults with larger and wider snouts fed on more fibrous, tough vegetation. So really, really interesting. This is something that I've suspected for a long time, and it's cool to have data to back this up now. Dinosaurs would have been very different from modern animals in a lot of ways. Ontogenetic niche shift is one of those things. We've talked about this before with Kat Schroeder is a paleontologist who has...
Hello and welcome to the Philip J. Curry Dinosaur Museum.
Who has talked about this before. There we go.
Due to the increased complexity of ontogeny in dinosaurs. So that was a lot of big words. That's a lot to unpack. So let's slow down for just a minute and discuss a bit about, why dinosaur ontogeny is weird. So first off, dinosaurs are oviparous. They lay eggs.
Egg
right?
laying.
And
This is like we were
granted,
talking about.
anything that poops out a ball of bones and claws and teeth and feathers is a little bit weird, but dinosaurs in particular are weird because they're big, right? So because of gas exchange, eggs can only get so big. Eggs can only max out at about the size of a soccer ball, right?
Yep,
So
or a
even
football.
if you're an 80-ton sauropod as an adult, you're still starting out the size of a border collie when you hatch out of that egg.
And border collie, I think, is a little bit too big, right? I like corgi as an analogy here, because yeah, border collie, this is bigger than a baby sauropod would be, Border collie's too big. Again, I like what you were saying, corgi. I think that's about right. Yeah.
So there's some things that we know about animals, especially the few remaining big predatory egg-laying reptiles that we have today, like Komodo dragons. When there's big differences between the size of eggs and hatchlings versus the size of adults in a
That's
species,
very nice, Cat. Time traveler.
particularly in animals with little to no parental care, we know that the infants and the juveniles of those species tend to exist in very different ways in their communities, right?
So this is a great example. This is a creature today that does the same thing. Komodo dragons, they're not eating the same thing as when they're juveniles versus adults. That's
So by and large, these teeny tiny babies are not going to be physically capable of capturing the same prey that their adult conspecifics can. So adult Komodo dragons, which are 200 kilograms and fully terrestrial predators that are known to hunt and eat things the size of water buffalo as adults.
Yep.
As
How cool is that we have lizards today that eat water buffalo? They hunt and kill and eat water buffalo. Lizards do that. How cool is that? What an amazing animal, Komodo dragon. Varanus komodoensis.
Juveniles, Komodo dragons actually live in trees and eat bugs, right?
Yep.
They're hatched out of eggs about the size of a chicken egg, and from that point, it's just a mad scramble up to the nearest tree, because mom is just as likely to eat you as she is to take care of you. So, ecologically, the juveniles of Komodo dragons are very, very different animals, despite being part of the same species as the adults, right?
Yep.
And this is a phenomenon that is referred to as ontogenetic niche shift. So your niche is basically where you live in the ecosystem, so what you're eating, literally where you're living, when you're active, all kinds of different things that describe, what role an animal plays in their ecosystem. And then
So an example of a niche would be something like you're an arboreal diurnal predator of insects. So an example of this would be a chameleon. Their niche is they're arboreal, they live in trees. They eat bugs. They're active during the day. So yeah. Niche is not necessarily like a thing that's super easy to define, but we use it as a term of convenience in biology because it helps us organize our thoughts about what animals are doing. It's like, what's your job in the ecosystem? How are you making a living? That's your niche, Oh, I'm active during the day. I spot my prey visually. I eat it. I live in trees. That's my niche, you know? Does that make sense? So yeah. Yeah.
Then ontogeny again is just how you grow. So shifting your niche through your growth, right?
Yep.
And this is a really important thing because ontogenetic niche shift is actually a way to partition resources. So resources being food or space. And when you can partition your resources, you can reduce competition within your species, right?
Yep.
So for dinosaurs,
this is great.
Which compared to mammals, they have the bare minimum of specialization when it comes to feeding mechanisms. They're mostly too big to partition their habit vertically, like birds. We're not going to find a T-Rex in a tree anytime soon. Any form of resource partitioning for these animals is super, super important because they don't have a lot of the other ways that we see partitioning, especially dietary partitioning in modern mammals. And this is important because when a species or an individual of a species ends up in the same niche, where they're competing for the same food in the same place at the same time, competition tends to pick a winner, right? And over long enough periods of time, we might actually start to see something called competitive exclusion, where one species actually gets pushed out of an ecosystem because of competition from another. And here, once again, we see body size starting to come into play because the bigger you are, the faster you reach competitive exclusion.
Yep.
So now, if we go back to our second question about the carnivore gap, based on...
Anyway, so this is about carnivorous dinosaurs. And we would maybe expect to see niche partitioning in carnivorous dinosaurs. That makes a lot of sense, right? But now we have evidence for that in an herbivorous dinosaur, too. I'll give you a link to this talk, because it is super, super cool. One of my favorite, talks about dinosaurs on YouTube. It's phenomenal. I really would love to work with Kat Schroeder about some of the, work on some papers in the future. And Achu, hey, holy cow, thank you for those gift subs there. 10 of them.
Inachu is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Look at that beautiful Tinamou bird. Very, very cool. Very excited, clearly, about your generosity there. There's 10 lucky chatters. Won't have to see a single ad for the next month. And, oh, shoot! Thank you, Inacho. Appreciate you. Good stuff. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. That means a lot to me. Thank you. Yeah, pretty neat. That we've got evidence of this in an herbivorous dinosaur now, in a plant eater. That these critters, the juveniles and the adults, we have reason to think that they're eating different things. You don't see this in a whole lot of modern animals. This doesn't really happen in mammals. Again, in mammals, the babies are eating what the adults are eating through mother's milk, and then when they're old enough to get weaned off of milk, they just eat what the adults are eating. So they're essentially in the same niche their whole lives. You get one mammal species per niche. This would not have been the case for dinosaurs during the Mesozoic. One dinosaur species, one individual dinosaur may have been able to take up half a dozen different niches throughout its lifetime, potentially. They're moving through different niches as they grow and mature and develop. We don't see that in mammals. Really cool to think about. And so we would expect Mesozoic ecosystems dominated by dinosaurs, to be structured differently from ecosystems today. So this is kind of where I'm really eager to work on this in the future and publish on this. So, out on the African savanna, you might have tons of different species of, say, antelope. You've got geronux and Thompson's gazelles and blackbucks and sunnis and elands, and you've got kudus and bongos and dik-diks and dweekers, and I hope I'm not mispronouncing some of these, but there's just a whole bunch of different species. You've got gnus, wildebeests, oryxes, elands, impalas, hartebeests, springboks. Each one of these, it's got its own little niche. There's a particular part of the habitat it likes to live in. There's a particular kind of plant or something that it, that's what it specializes in. You can have a high diversity of different species of mammal, all in the same geographical area. So in within 20 square miles, you might have 10 different species of bovid like this. We wouldn't necessarily expect this for dinosaurs, because you wouldn't expect such high species diversity, because it's not... You can't have a bunch of species because they each have their own niche. One species might be hogging a dozen niches during its lifetime. So you've got far fewer dinosaur species in a given environment because each one is hogging a bunch of different niches. Does that make sense? That's the idea, anyway. This is a strong suspicion that I have about how Mesozoic ecosystems would have been structured. Problem is, how do you test that? How do you try and demonstrate this? So it's something that I am looking forward to working on in the coming months and years. So yeah, this is cool stuff, and really neat that we've got a new paper all about this with Protoceratops. Pretty nifty. Yeah. Charlie's Dragon says it's not one species, one job. It's one species, many jobs through its life. Exactly. It's maybe a similar thing to the work landscape here in the US. Probably other places like Canada too. Some people watching, maybe your parents, maybe your mom or dad had one job for 50 years. Yeah, I'm a company man. I gave 50 years of my life to this company. That sort of thing is really rare nowadays, That's like the mammal thing. One species, one niche. One person, one job for 50 years. We don't have that kind of stability for the most part. One person might have 15 different careers across their lifetime. Just because that kind of company loyalty isn't rewarded anymore, So yeah. Does that analogy help at all? Does this make things more understandable? I don't know. Spitballing here. Yeah. And there you go, Crimson. Yeah, Cassie Sully, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, interesting stuff. Very, very cool. So that was one piece of fossil news there. Protoceratops niche shift through ontogeny. Super exciting. In fact, I gotta make sure that I download that paper. There we go. And put this in a folder. There we go.
Ontogeny.
But yeah, ontogeny. Important. Scoobs, important. So next up, as we scoot into Thursday Birds Day.
Paleontology.
Thank you, Abyss, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Next up, dagger beaks and strong wings. New fossils rewrites the penguin story and affirm New Zealand as a cradle of their evolution. So, we're kind of segueing into Thursday Birds Day here. Let's check out some fossil birds. Is that a dead goblin shark on the beach? That's super cool. And we've got a coloniad turtle going up there to lay her eggs too. Nice. Remarkable new fossil discoveries in New Zealand are driving a significant reassessment of our understanding of the early evolution of penguins. We know Antarctica was home to at least 10 species, including giant penguins, during the Eocene epoch, about 56 to 34 million years ago. But now our latest findings, based on fossils from a site in North Canterbury, reveal an even richer and earlier period of diversification. These discoveries are reshaping the 66 million year story of how penguins evolved.
Wreaking his prehistoric fury on modern man and his puny machines.
DW5671, thanks for the follow. So penguins evolved in the wake of the devastating Cretaceous Paleogene mass extinction, which followed the cataclysmic asteroid impact that wiped out most dinosaurs and many terrestrial and marine organisms. So here's the thing. Penguins seem to get their start right after that extinction event takes place. You used to have an ocean that was dominated by things like elasmosaurs and mosasaurs. It used to be that these guys were kind of top predators in the oceans. They're going after fish and squid and stuff like that. But they die out at the end of the Cretaceous. When that asteroid hits, not only does it wipe out all of the dinosaurs, except for a handful of bird species, it also wipes out the elasmosaurs, the mosasaurs, many of the marine crocs, probably. It wipes out the ammonites, too. These guys, completely wiped out. They go extinct at the end of the Cretaceous.
Removed, America loses them forever.
Call me Lucy. Thank you for the tier 1 sub right there. Holy cow. Welcome to the community. Thank you for that pledge of ongoing support. Thank you for helping me do science outreach here. Appreciate that very much. Thank you for supporting science on Twitch. So not only do those big vertebrate animals like elasmosaurs and mosasaurs go extinct, but the ammonites do too. So suddenly, there's this landscape in the ocean. There's this... all of these jobs are open, you know? It's almost like everybody gets wiped out and suddenly it's a free-for-all. It's free real estate. It's free real estate, you know? There's all of these opportunities that are suddenly available. So we get what we call an adaptive radiation. So an adaptive radiation is when one species that maybe survives a cataclysm or something, it can suddenly... a bunch of new species might stem from that. You get a bunch of daughter species that kind of spring off. Adaptive radiation. And so some surviving birds, suddenly they could go nuts. And you had birds that suddenly they could take to the oceans. With the plesiosaurs and mosasaurs and ammonites gone, somebody's got to swim around and eat fishes and squids and stuff. And one group of birds did that. They became penguins. They're filling in a gap in the ecology that's left by the extinction of these other critters. So yeah. From the ashes, a new dynasty rises, Crimson. There you go. Yeah. So that's what happened with the penguins. So for a long time, the early evolutionary journey of penguins remained largely shrouded in mystery. The fossil record for these seabirds was very sparse, particularly for the crucial period immediately after the mass extinction event. So where did they come from? What did the earliest penguins look like? We didn't used to know. This made it difficult to piece together how and where penguins first developed their most distinctive aquatic adaptations. Our previous knowledge was limited to a mere handful of specimens, revealing only fragments from the group's deep past. But the new fossils help us track how penguins evolved from their earliest ancestors into the most iconic divers we recognize today. So the Waipara greensand, a paleontological gold mine. An hour north of Christchurch in New Zealand's South Island, North Canterbury's Waipara greensand is a true paleontological treasure trove. This unique geological formation spans a critical time period from about 62.5 million to 58 million years ago. Historically, it yielded a few vertebrate fossils, but recent intensive collecting efforts have unearthed multiple exceptionally preserved specimens of ancestral penguins, as well as the earliest known representatives of other marine bird lineages, including the tropic birds and extinct bony-toothed birds. This must be the Pelagornithids, I think. Our latest study reports on a wealth of new ancestral penguins from this locality. We've identified 4 new species.
Are you a fan of dinosaurs?
Hang on.
I won't get angry if you aren't.
JJ Pap. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. We've got 4 new species.
What's science ever done for us? TV or...
And thank you, Save Alice, for the follow, too. Welcome, welcome. So yeah, species lived during the Paleocene. So this is the very beginning of the Age of Mammals. You could also call it the Age of Birds. So, during the Cenozoic, the Age of Mammals, after the end Cretaceous extinction...
Dinosaurs are kind of funny, I mean, you know.
Dinosaurs are kind of funny. Hamhugger, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. You love dinosaurs? Well, you're in the right place. Welcome, welcome, Hamhugger. It's good to have you.
I'm a dinosaur!
And Breakfast Brew, thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. Yeah. The Paleocene is the first stage in the Cenozoic. So this is like recovery after that huge asteroid impact. You have like between 70 and 80% of species on Earth go extinct. And then during the Paleocene, life starts to recover. That's when the penguins first evolve, is during the Paleocene. You love dinosaurs too? Welcome, Save Alice. It's wonderful to have you. Thanks for joining us. Yeah. So yeah. Found some material from other penguin species known previously too. This is also important. The Waipara greensand fauna now includes at least 10 distinct penguin species, with the biggest standing about 1.6 meters tall. These primitive penguins likely emerged after the extinction of the large marine reptiles, like I told you about, suggesting they may have flourished by capitalizing on newly opened ecological niches, free from formidable mammalian competitors or predators. There we go. Yeah. Our findings show that early penguin evolution primarily focused on profound changes to their wings, their pectoral girdle, shoulder bones, and their feet. All were optimized for powerful underwater propulsion. Unlike their modern counterparts, these early forms likely possessed more flexible, auk-like wings with a movable carpal joint rather than the rigid, stiff flippers that we see today. And we actually see this in this illustration that I've got right here. See how the wrist bends like that? You will not see that in penguins today. Penguins today do not bend their wrists. So their wings are fairly inflexible like that. It's just a big paddle, you know? There you go. But these guys, these early penguins, they would have been able to bend their wrists like that, kind of like a great auk, you know? Yeah. These rapid evolutionary changes in the wing apparatus during the Paleocene likely represented a major adaptive leap and paved the way for further radiations of penguins later in the Eocene. Interesting, these early forms sported exceptionally long dagger-like beaks, suggesting a vastly different feeding strategy compared to modern penguins. It possibly involved spearing fish rather than actively pursuing them with shorter, more robust beaks. So these guys, like you see in that image, they would have had bigger, longer beaks. Peachan, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good stuff. Scoop says, do the modern paddles have bones? Yeah, so modern penguins. They do indeed have bones in there. The same bones that you see in, like, the wing of a chicken or something. So they're not boneless, it's just that their wrist bones are inflexible. So they can't actually bend their wrist like other birds can. So their carpometacarpus, that's all... Carpometacarpus, rather, that's all fused up, as I understand it, in penguins. So they've got pretty stiff arms. Yeah. Oh, and then in a truly exciting discovery, we also recorded gastroliths, stomach stones, for the first time in these ancient penguins. Living penguins ingest these stones regularly, and the finding offers vital clues about the diet and potentially the buoyancy control of ancient species. So some aquatic tetrapods today, animals with backbones, well, here, I'll put it another way. Aquatic tetrapods would be aquatic reptiles, birds, mammals, especially the birds and other reptiles. They'll actually ingest stones in order to kind of help with digestion, but also help with buoyancy. So if you're an animal that breathes air, like a bird or another kind of reptile, or a mammal for that matter, and you're trying to make a living in the water, you gotta do something about your air-filled lungs. You're an air-breathing animal, you can't get rid of that. But when you take a big breath of the air, you're gulping a bunch of oxygen, that's gonna kind of keep you from diving very well. Animals with air in their lungs, they do have a tendency to float, and you don't necessarily want that. You want to be able to dive down and catch food and stuff like that, or escape from predators down in the depths. You don't want to be bobbing up to the surface like a cork. So there's a few ways around that. You can do pachystosis. You can basically like make your bones more dense. That makes you heavier overall, makes you less buoyant. Or kind of an easy hack, a little trick that you could do is just swallowing rocks. And there's a lot of animals that do that. Crocs will do this today. Penguins will do this. Other kinds of diving birds will do this too. Penguins are especially fond of it because they don't have to fly, so they can gobble down a bunch of rocks. Other diving birds like cormorants or anhingas and stuff like that, there's a limit to the number of stones that they can swallow because they still have to be able to fly at the end of the day. In the air. Penguins don't have to do that, so they can ingest a lot more rocks. So yeah. Anywho, yeah. So it's cool to see this in these penguin fossils, that we've got gastroliths now. That's really exciting. Yeah. So just a few paragraphs left. New Zealand as the cradle of penguin evolution. Or should I say, New Zealand is the cradle of penguin evolution? It's a terrible Kiwi accent. I apologize to Kiwis everywhere. A succession of increasingly more modern-looking penguin forms found within the Waipara greensand fossils support New Zealand as a critical region for penguin evolution. The newly discovered species span a broad range, with some of the oldest forms also being the smallest. This suggests that early forms were likely outcompeted by later, more advanced ones, indicating strong selective pressures drove early penguin evolution. New Zealand's ancient environment, characterized by a notable absence of larger terrestrial predators, likely provided a setting conducive to the evolution of flightlessness and various avian lineages, including penguins. The refinement of the wing apparatus probably enabled these early penguins to disperse beyond the New Zealand region towards the late Paleocene, colonizing new waters. The Waipara greensand stands as one of the most productive fossil sites globally for understanding the early stages of penguin evolution. This locality promises to deliver more discoveries and further enrich our understanding of how these iconic seabirds came to be. Very cool stuff here. Here is a link to this article right here. And then, do we have a paper associated with this? Or is this just like a summary of recent research? Yeah. Latest findings. Here it is. There should be a link to the paper, which is entitled Multiple Exceptionally Preserved Fossils from the Paleocene Waipara Greensand and from the Diversity of the Oldest Stem Group Sphenisciformes and the Formation of Their Diving Adaptations. Cool stuff. Unfortunately, this is paywalled.
Access denied.
Unfortunate. But I'll give you a link nonetheless if you happen to be on a university campus or something like that where you get institutional access. There you go. But very cool stuff. Yeah, pretty neat. And I love that they have a press piece on it. That's the reason why we could cover this today. So, pretty neat. Yeah. Anyhow, it's not the end of the world that we can't look at that paper anyway, because we've got to get into Thursday Birds Day here. Doing this a little bit late today, but that's okay. We'll run our stream a little bit late. Without further ado, since it is Thursday, let's get on to our weekly tradition here. If you're new, this little video should explain what Thursday Birds Day is all about. So, here we go. Thursday Birds Day starts right now.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you, it's Thursday.
Thursday Birds Day.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday Birds Day is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday Birds Day?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday Birds Day is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday Birds Day!
Happy Thursday Birds Day indeed. Let's get into some of these birds here. And we'll also be looking up a lot of these birds on our Tree of Life, too. Let's jump into aves. We'll see how these different birds are related to one another.
Now to what we understand. On the contrary, we stretch our understanding to try and take in the universe.
Muni SA, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Let's see what we've got. Our first one from Trooper2112 says hello from Germany, Netherlands border. Who have we got here? Yeah. Oh, we got some geese.
Ladies.
Nice.
Schnee. Guck mal, Schnee.
Awesome. And Zero Horizon 33, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome.
Hello. Say hello. Yeah. Hello. Hello. And all.
Whoop, here, let's go back a little bit. I feel like we missed that.
Yeah. Hello. Dr. Mendoza. And all.
Hello.
No.
Get out of here, mammals. We're here for the birds. Let's see some theropods. Very nice. So these are geese. These are domestic geese. Which, here. Domestic goose. Also known as the gray lag goose. There we go. Right? I think so.
so badly yourself for a paleontologist.
Well, I appreciate the kind words, Karet5, and the follow. Welcome, welcome. What's up with all these follows all of a sudden? Interesting. So the Greylag goose is the ancestor of most breeds of domestic goose, having been domesticated as early as 1360 BCE. Wow, it's pretty early on. Pretty cool. So that's where this critter falls on our tree of life here. Very cool, Trooper 2112. Great way to start off Thursday Birds Day. A very cool domestic theropod dinosaur. And Muni SA says, a friend told me about your channel since we were talking about dinosaurs in Discord. Well, very nice. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Here, for you and the other cool new folks, you play a really quick, like 1 minute little video for you. All about what this channel's all about.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing.
Yep.
Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. So yeah, we'll be out in the field in 2 weeks now. I think I'm leaving as early as like the 17th of September. I'll be back out in the field in Utah for about 2 weeks. Digging up dinosaurs with the Utah State University Eastern Prehistoric Museum crew. Josh Lively and I think also Susie Maidmont is coming out from the UK. Is Paul Barrett coming out from the UK too? Anyway, yeah. It's gonna be cool, and I'll be live streaming that whenever I can. I'll try and stream every day. It's gonna be neat. So stay tuned for that. And Hivarius, thank you for gifting Muni SA. I appreciate that, Hivarius. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate that.
Hivarius gifted a tier 1 sub to Mavni SA. They have given 2 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, Hivarius. Enjoy the gift sub, Muni. No more ads for you for the next month. This means I'll be pretty much done with my fieldwork in Utah before you have to see another ad on the channel, which is awesome. Get an ad-free fieldwork viewing experience. And Claire, I'm glad you caught that. The clip with Matt has Ethan goofing off in the background. Yes. That's why I picked that particular clip. Here. Join me for museum tours, interviews with other Ethan right there. I'm amused that you caught that, Claire. That's why I chose this little snippet here. Paleontologists. Yeah. Audience Q&A. Yeah. Anyhow. This is paleontologizing. This is what we're all about. Birds are living dinosaurs. They're the only dinosaurs to have survived the end Cretaceous extinction event. And we celebrate that. We celebrate their survival and continued reign of the dinosaurs on Thursdays here on Paleontologizing. And we do that by looking at photos and videos and sometimes sound recordings of birds taken by members of this community. So, Trooper 2112.
Yeah, wait.
He's got some geese right there.
Hello? You say hello? Yeah. Hello,
Hello, hello, Trooper 2112. Get out of here, mammals. This isn't about you. This isn't the age of mammals. This is the age of birds. And Murph, this is wonderful. I know exactly where this is. This is near the Gardner entrance to Yellowstone National Park, right? And that is pica pica. It's the scientific name for the black-billed magpie. Yeah. And Pyromancer, hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. There. We'll jump from the domestic goose to pica pica on our tree of life. The black-billed magpie. Black-billed magpie. Sorry. Black-billed magpie. Not the black-billed magpie. They don't get out very much. They're, internet poisoned. They're too depressed. The black-billed magpie, however, are out and about all over the place. As you see here, this is great, Murph. I love this photo. Yeah. They're so cool. Magpies are awesome. When I lived up in Bozeman, Montana, this is one of my favorite birds to watch because they just have so much personality. Remember one time, I think I was over at Denver and Liz's place one morning, and there was a magpie out the window. It was clinging to the side of like an apartment building, and it had pecked a hole into the side of the building, and it's just pulling out all of this pink insulation foam and just throwing it around. And it's like, you're not looking for food, you're just being needlessly destructive for fun, I guess, you know? It's just causing trouble for, I don't know. It kind of reminded me of, this.
Bart Simpson, this room is a frightful mess.
I'll get right on it.
Bart, don't you remember? Cleaning up can be a game.
I got a better game. It's called whipping cupcakes.
Magpies do that kind of thing, you know? Yeah. They're such fun birds to watch. Like, I kind of love how much attitude they have, and they're, you know... Yeah, poor Sherry Bob. I know, right? Triceratops. Yeah. Don't worry, though. I'm sure we'll see Sherry Bobbins again.
Goodbye, Sherry Bobbins. Thanks for everything.
So long, Superman!
Do you think we'll ever see her again?
I'm sure we will, honey. I'm sure we will.
Anyway, yeah. Anyway, magpies. They're mischievous little critters. I love them. They're very cool. And Ms. Art Rules, who have you got here? Well, well, well. Who's that at the top of there? A bird of prey, it seems. Oh, it's a crow. Or a raven? It's a raven. It's definitely a raven. And Justice Cyrus 2, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. But that's a raven up there. Look at the size of the bill. And look at the way that it... Yeah. Very different from a crow. Yeah. Nice, Ms. Art Rules. Yeah. They are big. So, here. Yeah, and trying to compare these critters, the raven is the one on the right here. The crow is on the other side. Ravens have got a bigger, thicker bill, they're just more robust overall. Yeah. They've got a hooked beak at the end. Impressive throat feathers, large talons. A seasoned birder once told me a way to remember the difference between a crow and a raven. Which, it's not actually that helpful. It's just kind of funny. A crow is a bird with a beak. A raven is a beak with a bird. Like, it's got a big old beak on it. On a raven. So yeah. Yeah, Lenina says, we only got crows here. No ravens. Interesting. Yeah. And very funny, Justice Cyrus. Not only are birds real, they are the last surviving dinosaurs. That's why we talk about them every Thursday here. Thursday Birds Day. We're taking a look at community-submitted images, videos, sound recordings of birds from the real world. So Mizart Rules has got a lovely bird for us here. That is a raven right there, not a crow. You can tell based on... It's kind of hard to make out, but it's got a big beak on it. I can tell that's a raven. And there's sound too? Here. Yeah, you can tell by the sound it's a raven. They've got a much more guttural call than a crow. Let me turn that up. Yeah, nice. Very cool. Thank you, Ms. Art Rules. Very nice. Yeah. Good stuff. Wark, wark, wark. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Excellent. And now, ooh, crane shots, it says Fake Do It. So this, it's not a crane, actually. Cranes are a different kind of bird. I'll show you. Let's jump to... Oh, first let's jump from the magpie to the raven. Common raven is pretty close to the magpie. It's a member of the same family, Corvidae. There's the common raven there, Corvus corax. But, cranes... way over here... Yeah... There's the cranes. Whooping cranes, blue cranes, black crown cranes, sandhill cranes, etc. The Gruidae. That's not what this critter is. This is a member of the family Ardiidae, the egret and heron family. This here is a beautiful great blue heron. So let's jump from cranes to Ardiidae, herons and egrets. They're gonna be way over here. There you go. Herons and egrets. And great blue heron. Ardea herodias is the great blue heron. Very cool. They're such cool birds. I love watching these guys when they're catching little fishes and stuff. They're super neat. Yeah. And Trek Nerd, I'm glad you refilled your bird feeders. Excellent. Yeah. Yeah, very, very cool. Squiggles has got a crow for us. Finally caught this nestling who's learning the feeder. He's nearly done getting his adult feathers. He was adorable when he was all fluff and wing feathers. Decided he can get a picture then. Well, still, this is really cool. And again, classic Thursday Birds Day photos. They don't have to be the most high-res photos. It could be a little blurry, a little grainy. As long as there's something that you took. It's a bird that you've encountered in your life. And it's fair game for Thursday Birds Day. And it's cool that you've got, like, almost a personal relationship with this bird, Squiggles. You've been watching him grow up and he's nearly done getting his adult feathers. Super cool. This is good stuff, Squiggles. Thanks for posting. So again, this is a crow. This is probably Corvus brachyrhynchos. I'm guessing American crow. So that's over in the Corvidae. Crows and ravens and jays and their relatives. There you go. Yeah, American crow. Corvus brachyrhynchos. There we go. Corvidae. Or, no, not even Corvidae, just genus Corvus. Yeah. Nice. Wonder if they have American accents. I bet they do, Sparky Pugwash. That's actually a thing, is that, like, animals that live in different regions will sometimes have different, like, dialects to their calls, so they'll sound different from place to place, from region to region. It's interesting. And, like, birders who are very, very experienced, if they hear a goldfinch from San Francisco versus a goldfinch from, I don't know, Chattanooga, Tennessee or something. I don't know if lesser goldfinches live there too. We'll assume that they do. They might sound different from region to region. Differences might be subtle, but if your ears are very tuned in, like if you've learned all these intricacies of bird calls, then you might be able to pick up on that difference. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, very cool, Squiggles. Thanks for posting. And Trichoglossus mollicanus. Interesting, Scoobs. Who is this? This is like a rainbow lorikeet or something? Is that right? Rainbow lorikeet. Oh, I'm close. Close, but no potato. And are they rainbow lorikeets? Maybe it's got a different... Trichoglossus hematotus. Trichoglossus mollicanus. Oh. Huh. Oh, this isn't showing up on, Huh. Rainbow lorikeet. Okay, I guess the species name changed at some point. Interesting. So I did have it right. Rainbow lorikeet. Very cool, Scoobs. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty neat. They're such cool critters. Very, very brightly colored. Like, they're... How pretty they are. That's so cool. Yeah. Master of parrots there, Scoobs. Well done. Casmiel Black has got geeses at the garden. Very nice. This is Branta canadensis, the Canada goose. Yeah, they're pretty neat critters. They really are. Huh. Good stuff, Casmiel Black. Good stuff. Gotta love Canada geese. Rushwing has got a swallow. Welcome, swallow. I've never seen a swallow sit on the ground before. I suspect it was gathering reedy bits for a nest because the second one nearby was scooping up mud. Very cool. I have seen swallows land on the ground on like a mud bank next to a lake, but I've never seen them do that, yeah, on dry land like this, like on the dry ground or on a walkway or whatever. Interesting. Rushwing, interesting. Is this like a barn swallow? Do you have those in Straya? Barn swallow. Seen them on roofs, but never on the ground. Yeah, huh. Oh, it's literally called a welcome swallow? I totally missed that. I thought you were addressing the swallow and being like, welcome, swallow. But no, is that what they're called? Okay. Well, here. Angola swallow, red-chested swallow, white-throated blue swallow, blue-throated white swallow, white-throated swallow. Welcome swallow. There you go. Hurondu Nioxena. Very cool. Nice. Very nice. Huh. Back on the farm, the swallows made mud nests on the bridge. Nice, Wombat Hole. I've been lucky enough to witness a pair of barn swallows successfully reared 2 nests full of babies in one summer. When I was, this was, what, 2011, I think. Maybe it was 2012. I was out in the Hell Creek with Denver Fowler and the Museum of the Rockies crew. And there were a pair of swallows who were very successful. They had 2 different sets of babies in one summer. It's pretty cool. Anyway, swallows are really neat. They're neat birds. I love their kind of like aerobatics that they do when they're flying around. They have a tendency to kind of bank from side to side. It reminds me of like a Harrier jump jet. Yeah. They'll spread their wings to the side like this, and they'll just kind of go like. It's, I don't know what about them reminds me of a Harrier jet. It's just, there's something similar in the way that they move. It's pretty cool. Yeah. It's almost like they're doing thrust vectoring or something like that with those, their forked tail. They are impressive to watch. Well, absolutely, Zinglon, yeah. Yeah. Here. Oh, this is cool. Check this out. So this is slow-mo of a probably barn swallow. You see its reflection there? It's going to swoop over the surface of this water and catch a bug or something? Or is it going to drink some water? What's it going to do? But this is flapping flight. This is not what I was talking about. But it's still pretty impressive. Look at that. Just getting some water in flight. Not even stopping to drink. These guys are masters of the air. Super cool. Yeah. Again, check that out. Coming down low over the surface. Imagine the kind of control you need to do this at high speed, you know? Truly impressive. Amazing. Yeah. Ah, swallows are so cool. Yeah, here they are on the Tree of Life. How many species of swallow do we have? There's got to be a good number. 36. Not too shabby. Pretty speciose group, I guess. And lots of processing power vibrate. Absolutely, Alexander. Holy moly. Yeah. And Le Petit Prince says, have you seen those jumpsuits that air divers use? Yeah, the wingsuits. Small movements with your hands. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Good stuff. Thanks, Rushwing. Give us a chance to talk about sparrows. They're such neat critters. And that is cool. I've never seen one on the ground like this either. It's kind of bizarre, you know? It's like... seeing a swallow standing on the ground is like... what's it like? It's like being a kid and seeing your teacher at the grocery store. It's like, what? You're not supposed to be here. Huh. Huh? What are you doing? Exactly, Rushwing, yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Charcone has got, ooh. Is this a great egret here? It's at least a pretty good egret. Here. Let's jump from barn swallow, or swallows in general, to great egret. Great white egret, says Alexander Morrison. I've usually heard them just called great egrets, but I could be wrong. Great egret, intermediate egret, mediocre egret. No, great billed heron. Cattle egret. Yeah, I think it's probably this guy. Great egret. Yeah, nice. Cool, cool, cool. They are white, though, so yeah. It's interesting. Great egret, great white egret, great white shark, white shark. I usually just say white shark nowadays because that's what I've heard shark scientists say. You could say great white egret, but I usually hear ornithologists say great egret. But yeah.
Most extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared on this planet.
Dinosaurs.
The dinosaurs.
Which includes birds, of course. Thank you, thank you. Broken Carapace for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Carapace, that's a term that we use in describing, well, a bunch of different shelled animals, but especially turtles, the chelonians. It reminds me of our leatherback turtle arc that we've embarked on recently. But, yeah, welcome, welcome, Broken Carapace. I hope you heal up soon. It's good to have you here. Anywho. Great egret. Charcon, very nice. Thanks for posting. It's a beautiful photo. Just hanging out, using that long neck. And they're cool. Trooper says, these guys steal fishes from our pond every time. They're not stealing the fishes, they're liberating them, Trooper. Yeah, nice. Thank you, Charcon. Good stuff. Lady Fiend has got... Who is this? Is this like a house finch? It's got a very finchy shape. What do you think, Neverwinter? Well then, okay, says Trooper, yeah. I mean, from Heron's perspective. Definitely some kind of finch-like bird. Okay, nice. Yeah. Very nice, Lady Fiend. Again, doesn't have to be the most... Doesn't have to be a National Geographic quality photo for Thursday Birds Day. All that matters is that you... It's a bird that you encountered. It's your bird, you know? Very nice. Let's give that a question mark emoji there. Charlie's Dragon has got, ooh, nuthatches? Oh, these guys are cool. I'm always overjoyed when I see a nuthatch at the suet feeder or at the other feeder that I put soldier fly larvae on. But this one looks like he's just checking out are these black oil sunflower seeds? Nice. Very cool. Nuthatches are so neat. And they, here. Nuthatch. Upside down. I don't know what it is about them, but they love going upside down like this. They'll go head first down trees and stuff. They'll hang like that off of fence posts and railings.
Hey, a dinosaur!
Nemo, hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Yeah. Nuthatches are cool. Let's jump to them on our Tree of Life. Nuthatch. They like to look for bugs on the undersides of tree branches. Yep. Pretty neat. Alright, there's the chestnut-bellied nuthatch. Sulfur-bellied cashmere nuthatch. This one, it's a lot like clip art. That's interesting. Huh. So does this one. Interesting plumage here. So nuthatches are related to wrens and tree creepers. And more. Very cool. Good stuff, Charlie's Dragon. And you've got a Eurasian tree sparrow in there too. Passer montanus on the right, and a Eurasian nuthatch on the left. Well, maybe they're right and left, but for us, the nuthatch is on the right. But yeah. Very cool. Nice. The one in the picture is a Eurasian. So let's look them up on our Tree of Life. Eurasian. Oh, wood nuthatch, sorry. And Eurasian trees. No, what was it? Yeah, Eurasian tree sparrow. Who are not going to be super close relatives. They're going to be way over here. Okay. Nice. So different from a house sparrow. That's so funny. It almost looks like, especially with how grainy this photo is on one zoom, it looks like some sort of AI program tried to replicate a house sparrow and just kind of got it a little bit wrong, like they are wont to do. That's funny, but this is a real bird, Eurasian tree sparrow. There we go. Distinctly different from the house sparrow. Also known as the English sparrow, Passer domesticus. It's a house sparrow and tree sparrow. Huh. Neat. Yeah. And Mayor Space says that can't have been AI. It has the right number of appendages. Correct. Yeah. Nice. Very cool. Charlie's Dragon. Very cool. Yeah. Well done. Excellent. And Alexander Morse, new track from Brian Eng. Oh, cool, cool, cool. Here, let's check this out. Ooh, Canada geese, Branta canadensis. Look at those dinosaurs migrating across the car park. Very cool. Good stuff, Alexander. Good stuff. I like it. Excellent. Very cool. And we might actually have some Brian Eng art at the museum now in Fremont. I'm going to be checking there hopefully tomorrow or Saturday. Going to be delivering that big Rex skull. Brian was working on a huge life-sized Paramylodon sculpture. And also a Smilodon as well. And so I wonder if those have been finished yet. I think he said he was going to finish them sometime this autumn. They're probably not done yet, but yeah. I'm sure we'll do a stream from there when that time comes. It'll be neat. Anyway, good stuff. Mayor Space says, I can't figure out what species this is. Found at the Toledo Zoo Aviary. Here, we'll turn the sound off for that. Who is this? Huh. Oh, is this the, what is it called? Is it like a, it's called a bloodneck pigeon or something like that? Here. Bleeding heart pigeon? Luzon bleeding heart. It might be one of these guys. White throat, black eye, kind of greenish head. This one's got a lighter spot on the forehead. And I don't know if yours does, though, Mayor Space. It might be a relative of that guy. Luzon bleeding heart. Shy ground dove, Polynesian ground dove. Mindanao bleeding heart. Might be one of these guys. Mindanao bleeding heart would make a lot of sense. That looks right. Yeah. Yep, I think that's it. Very nice. Yeah. Good stuff. I wonder if anybody else identified it, or if I was the first. Anywho, very cool. And Ms. Art Rule says, chat, and Danny, can you guess what bird this is? Guess live on stream. Ooh. This bird right here. It's very blue. It's perching on a branch. Long beak on it. I was gonna say something about it almost seems kingfishery. But a belted kingfisher, which is what we usually have here in California, looks a bit different from this. Neverwinter says maybe belted kingfisher. That would probably be my guess. But I don't know. It's got like a white collar on this bird, like a white turtleneck, white chest. This bird's just all blue all the time. I don't know, Ms. Art Rules. You got me stumped. Yeah. Could it be a mountain bluebird? The beak seems a little long for that. We get these here where I live. Oh, sorry, not mountain bluebird, western bluebird. But they've got that orange belly. Yeah. So I don't know who that is, Ms. Art Rules. I don't know. I'm not sure. We're told it's a scrub jay. Oh, okay, okay. Nice. There we go. So we have these here where I live too. I saw one outside just the other day in my neighborhood. So not a blue jay, a scrub jay. There's different species of scrub jay across the U.S. Like the Florida scrub jay looks a bit different, but these guys they've got a lot of personality. They're related to magpies, like I was talking about earlier. They're very fearless. Yeah, Spartan, yeah. Yeah. Scrub jay. There we go. 5 different species of scrub jay. Nice. Yeah, very cool. So, not to be confused with a blue jay. So, blue jay on the left, scrub jay on the right. Blue jays are much more ornate. They've got a head crest too. You see there? And thank you, George from New York, for the 32 months of support. Holy moly. Thank you, George. I appreciate that. Good stuff. Excellent. Yeah. And Scrub Jay versus Stellar Jay, or Stellar's Jay. We actually have both of these in my neighborhood, which is really cool. I live in a region where the range of these guys overlaps. I used to think you had to go up into like the Sierra foothills to see the range overlap, but nope. Right here in the Bay Area too. We've got some places where their ranges overlap, which is really cool. We have both in Seattle too now. Interesting, Spartan. Huh.
extinction of dinosaurs is the absolute prerequisite to the evolution of large mammals and to our own existence for that.
It's true. Bem Bim Bem Bomb, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And you, thank you, Ms. Art Rules, for posting good stuff. And Chaotic Kitten says, a birdie hanging out in a tree in my front yard 5 minutes ago. Calgary, Alberta, Canada. September 3rd, around 2:10 p.m. Nice. It's really smoky and there's an orange haze, which makes it really pretty. Ooh, what kind of woodpecker is this? I don't know my woodpeckers very well. Is this a pileated or a hairy woodpecker? A downy, thank you, Neverwinter. Nice. And we have a photo. Yep, downy woodpecker. Very nice. Let's find them on our Tree of Life. Downy woodpecker. And then maybe I'll look up one of those comparison images so I can learn the difference between a downy and a hairy woodpecker. There's our downy woodpecker there. Okay. There we go. Downy versus hairy. Okay, so the hairy woodpecker's got a big old beak on it. Downy woodpecker much smaller. Huh. And larger overall size for a hairy woodpecker. Okay, okay. Good to know. Cool. That makes sense. Yeah. Cool. Oops. What did I do? I scrolled down to the bottom. I wasn't trying to do that. Never seen this bird before, so not sure what it is. It's beautiful. That is a downy woodpecker. Very nice there. Thank you for posting, Chaotic Kitten. Excellent. And pileated is the big red-crested guy that Woody the woodpecker is. Okay, that makes sense. Are the pileateds the ones that overly optimistic folks look at that and they go, "Oh, it's an ivory bill"? Is that the pileated woodpecker? Or is that a different one? Neverwinter would know. Claire says yes. Think so. Swiggles says yeah. Yeah. Pileated mistaken for ivory-billed all the time. Alright, nice. Maybe someday we'll do a stream about ivory-billed woodpeckers, but I actually have a book about ivory-bills. Where is that? I don't know if I'll be able to find it in time. Yeah. Benji says, my little dinosaurs had a blast watching Danny with me this evening. Excellent. These are Gallus gallus, domestic chickens. Gallus gallus. We talked about how their ancestral stock is the wild red jungle fowl. Right here. Nice. Yeah. Very cool. Nice, Benji. Miss Capri Cal has got American white pelicans at the lake across the street. An artwork piece I completed. Very nice. White pelicans. Beautiful. And a kingfisher. Very nice. Well done. That's really cool. Well done, Miss Capri Cal. Well done. Yeah. And Trooper, happy Thursday Birds Day from my Raptors. Got more goose action here. Nice. Yeah. Let's watch this again with the sound. Awesome. Good stuff. Excellent. Neverwinter has got an alder flycatcher. Well, well, well. Empidonex alnorum at the John Hines National Wildlife Refuge in May 2021. The elder is almost indistinguishable visually from the more common willow flycatcher. And you can usually only be identified by its free beer call. I'm not kidding, it sounds like it's saying free beer. I happened to hear it when I took this picture, and that's how I knew it was an alder. Very nice. So this is an example of two birds that only recently have been designated as separate species, as I recall. Elder versus willow flycatcher. They are nearly identical. Morphologically, they have very, very slight differences. Yeah. But yeah, I think this is one of these things where it's pretty recently that they were split. Not just geologically speaking. Thank you for the follow there, NavePH. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. There we go. Alder flycatcher. Willow flycatcher. Shoot, almost 2 million years ago. They seem to have split. Interesting. Huh. But yeah, as I understand it, that's kind of a neat kind of case study in speciation. I'm sure this will come up again in conversation at some point on this channel. But very cool, Neverwinter. And again, awesome that you're able to photograph such an iconic bird and identify it as what it is based on its call. That is some pro birding right there. Truly impressive. And similar song too. Let's look it up, Jazzy Cat. I do wonder. Yeah. Say the line, bird. Say the line. Come on. Come on. Oh well. Very cool, Neverwinter, though. Thank you for posting. Good stuff. Yeah. Dr. Tara's got a Mississippi kite. Well, well, well. Look at that. Short but sweet. Yeah, nice. Good spot there, Dr. Terminator. Let's go to them real quick. MISS ISSIPPI KITE. Friendly Fighter TV. I'm glad you got a gift sub. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Mississippi kite. Ictinia mississippiensis. Good stuff, Dr. Tara. Very cool. I like it. And Chaotic Time Traveler says things have been super busy and will continue to be for a while, but I'm finally here to introduce my new emotional support dinosaur. Oh, lovely. I would like everyone to meet Luffy. He's a Lutino mutation Indian ringneck. He's only 15 to 17 weeks old. He's so young. He doesn't have his ring yet. He won't start talking until December or January, but he's practicing. He has a wood sauropod toy that he's been enjoying chewing to pieces. Aww. He's adorable. There we go. Just chewing on a sauropod right there, like many theropods love to do. Nice. Very cool, Time Traveler. Thanks for posting. Oh, he's adorable. What do you got there? One more. Oh. Good stuff. Thank you for posting, Time Traveler. Good stuff. It's good to meet Luffy. Nice. Yeah. What a cutie indeed, Tiberius. Yeah. And Guiber has got a Calyptorhynchus banksii, subspecies forest red-tailed black cockatoo. Oh, very cool. If I were to see this in the wild, I wouldn't be like, that's a cockatoo, because I can't see the head. Oh, no, I see it now. It's got the triangular shape because that's the head crest going down. Cool, 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 cool. What a pretty bird. You have such cool birds in Australia. I'm frequently jealous of your Australasian birds. Pretty neat. I took these for reference for art, so they're not great, but a pair gives me plenty to work with. Nice. They visit this tree most days, competing with corellas, galahs, ravens, wattles, and unfortunately, now rainbow lorikeets for a nest spot. None never take it up, as the tree is full of brush-tailed possums. Not opossums for USA viewers, yeah. So possums are still marsupials, like many mammals are down in Australia. But they're not like North American opossums. Yeah. Anyway, very cool. Forest red-tailed black cockatoo. Neat stuff. And Salamander says, unsure what this fella is, only that he's not a red tail. Oh. Just sitting there. I think this might be... I don't know my birds of prey very well, but I think this might be an eastern roof hawk. I just made that up. Not a red-tailed hawk. Who is this guy? He's got like trousers on. Yeah. White underneath like that? I don't know my birds of prey well enough. I don't know. A trouser hawk? Yeah. He's a Tony hawk. Might be Marispace. Yeah. Huh. Cool. I bet you somebody later in the thread has identified it. We'll see. And Sarah's Rainbows has got... Is this Anas Platyrhynchos? The... Mallard? Yeah. Anas Platyrhynchos. Female mallard, yes, says Charlie's Dragon. Bingo. There we go. Nice. Yeah. Very cool. Thank you, Sarah. Good stuff. Ducky Duckos, says Mirror Space. No, almost. Close. Anas Platyrhynchos. Which I think means duck, flat bill. And Walt Kowalski, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Dinosaur.
Some good hearing there. Welcome, Walt. Appreciate the follow. Millard, there you go. That's nice, yeah. Rosand went on a trip to Kruger, South Africa. That's super cool. And who is this? Is this a hornbill? Who is this? What species, though? It's a hornbill? What kind? Southern yellow-billed hornbill. Southern yellow-billed hornbill. Hanging out at your camp. Very cool, Rosand. Super neat. And there we go. Yeah. Tocus leucomelas. Beautiful. Well done. Good stuff. Astro Lebo says, I was in Sri Lanka in March. This is from Yala's nature site. Are these marabouts? I forget the English name. Sorry for that. No worries. We can figure it out. Oh, marabou storks. Or a close relative, perhaps. Yeah. Is this a marabou or a related stork? And Sarah says, I go to feed those ducks at least once a month. They make my heart so happy. That's cool. I'm sure you make their little stomachs so happy, too, feeding them. I hope you're feeding them something good as well. Bread is not very good for ducks. A lot of people don't realize this, but some of the best things to give ducks are peas. Ducks really love peas. On a hot day, they really love frozen peas. But, yeah. You know, peas like this, it's like duck's favorite thing. They love them. Yeah. Always barley, never bread. Excellent, Sarah. So you know what you're doing. I appreciate that about you. That's awesome. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Is this a marabou stork? I don't know if it's a marabou. Huh. It's probably some kind of stork, but I don't know what kind necessarily. Maybe a Macquarie stork? I don't know. Could be a juvenile. Could be a juvenile. Airspace. Good point. Gotta be thinking about ontogeny. Yeah. Yeah. There's warning signs around the park telling them not to feed them bread. That sounds like a great park. Very cool. And this does kind of look like an ibis. You're right, Claire. Ibises. Ibises and spoonbills. This is part of Pelecaniformes, right? Yeah, Pelecaniformes. Ibises, herons, and more. Ibises and spoonbills. I don't know. Interesting. And I'll see you later, Trooper. Thank you for being here. Happy Thursday birthday. You get some good rest, huh? And Cirrus Rainbows. Oh, got some peafowl for us. There might be a peahen. And another peahen. Maybe some leucism going on with this peahen. Light colored feathers. Nice. Very nice. Saurus Rainbows, good stuff. Thank you for posting. And Charlie's Dragon says these are marabou storks. Okay, okay. Astro Lebo has got herons hanging out. Herons or egrets. Oh, is that a spoonbill there at the bottom? That looks like a spoonbill. Right here, spoonbill. Looks like it to me. Yeah, look at that spoonbill. Nice. probably... Yeah, I can see that as Maribou's card. Nice. Very cool. Thanks for posting. Yeah. Good stuff. More herons. Another peafowl. Very cool. And Hyvarius says, every now and then some kookaburras visit my backyard. Well. The world's largest kingfisher. Such cool birds. Kookaburra are so neat. I got to meet, when I was a kid, somebody who had appeared in the film Jurassic Park from 1993. It was a kookaburra at Marine World Wildlife Park. And the Foley artists who did the sound for Jurassic Park, the sound effects, they had recorded that one particular kookaburra. And you could hear it in some of the jungle scenes in Jurassic Park, 1993. Yeah. Pretty neat. Kookaburras are awesome. They're really neat. And like I said, they are kingfishers. There we go. There's the kookaburras, genus named Dacello. And the laughing kookaburra is the world's largest kingfisher. So kookaburras are part of the kingfisher family. Man, there's a lot of kingfisher species. I didn't realize there were so many. 70? 93? 93 kingfisher species? Impressive. Very cool. Thank you, Hyvarius, for posting. And Nelf has got a turn for us. Well. There we go. Why is YouTube taking so long? There we go. End of the nesting season for the least tern. Since the loss of beach habitat, some colonies have moved to flat roofs with a gravel topping. Yeah. What a cool critter. Gotta love these guys. We have a population of these guys here in the Bay Area. So they nest on an abandoned aircraft runway in Alameda, California. And in order to help protect them, people have built a fence around it to keep out nest predators. And they've put these cut in half pieces of like ceramic pipe there to kind of give them some shelter to hang out in too. Yeah. Anyway, they're such cool birds. The least tern is not only the world's smallest tern, to my knowledge, it's also one of the most endangered, I think. Yeah, there we go. Sterna antillarum. This says least concern, though. I thought they were endangered. And those might be roof tiles, actually. That might be a good point there. Wombat hole, yeah. Some of these have wooden ones, too. But I guess those didn't last as long as the tile ones. That's interesting, too, that in a lot of these photos, the background is, like, all trippy. Is that just, like, the camera sensor on a phone wigging out because there's too much detail or something? What is that, I wonder? I'm seeing this in a lot of these images. It almost looks like it's an oil painting or something. Could be heat haze. Yeah, that weird blurring. What's going on with that? Is that just the camera sensor freaking out? I don't know what that is. Anyway, good stuff there. I appreciate that, Nelf. Well done. These turns are so cool. So glad you got to see one. Astro LeBeau says picture from nearby Burwala, Sri Lanka. Nice. Concormorants. Yeah. It's funny. From this angle, that almost looks like an Archaeopteryx with like the long tail. But that's just one cormorant sitting in front of the other one. Let's tail it. Huh.
Rob, you don't need to salute the paleontologist.
Bob Ross 61, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Good stuff. And suspect the background is funky due to too much post-processing, says Trek Nerd. Could be. Neverwinter says, I think it's a little cormorant. Interesting. Okay. I'm getting some beeping in my earbud here. The battery's about to die pretty soon. Lots of birds from Astro LeBeau. Very nice. Pursuit's got a peregrine falcon taking a moment to chill. Awesome. Usually gets chased off by the gulls and jackdaws. Forth Valley, Central Scotland. Where the swifts spent their last couple weeks. Interesting. Very cool. Peregrines are the world's fastest bird. World's fastest animal. They can go up to like 240 miles an hour when they go into their stoop. Faster than like just a static object falling. It's pretty neat. Yeah. Good stuff. And neat that they sometimes get chased off by gulls. For Thursday Birds Day today, I found this video that I thought you would find amusing, chat. So I wanted to share this with you. To wrap things up for Thursday Birds Day.
This is it.
Oh, hang on.
This is the horizon, which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Maslin Crochet, thank you
Below
for
this
the
level,
raid.
and out in here, there are dinosaur
Mason
fossils.
_crochet
Above
embed
this
eight
level, in these
raiders have
rocks, there are
stumbled
no
below that
dinosaur
level.
fossils. So I'm actually
Let's talk
standing on
dinosaurs.
the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Maslin Crochet, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We are just wrapping up Thursday Birds Day here. But welcome. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. We spent part of today's stream talking about a new paper about these guys, Protoceratops, how they changed as they grew and developed. Really important stuff. We talked about a new paper about the evolution of penguins. Really cool fossils coming out of New Zealand that are pretty exciting. And, well, now we're doing Thursday Birds Day. So birds are living dinosaurs. Birds are the only dinosaurs that survived the end of the Cretaceous period. And now there's how many species of living birds? It's quite a few.
Over 9,000!
Yeah, it's a lot. So we just went through a bunch of birds that members of this community submitted to the Discord for Thursday Birds Day. Thank you, True Fiber Geek and Flowmac Awesome for the follows. Welcome, welcome. We were just about to watch a news report about another modern dinosaur. A gull. And Rastani, hey. Or Rashtani, rather. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Check this out.
Seagulls are a staple on Maine's beaches this time of year, and if you're not careful, you might lose your lunch.
In Connecticut, a pesky seagull has become famous for taking food right out of people's hands. Melissa Cooney reports.
Does not give up. As long as he puts his mind to it, he can eat anything on the beach at this point.
There's a thief flying around Waterford.
You can eat anything on the beach. Chairs, umbrellas, dune buggies, lighthouses.
Beach Park.
The seagull came, flew that way, took the cookie.
He has a yellow beak, beady eyes.
I love that this is
the
new.
determination of someone who hasn't eaten in years.
That I'm eating my cookie under my cover-up because it will steal my cookie.
But really, it's obvious he hasn't missed a meal in a while.
And he's kind of a chunker.
The fattest around.
This is Cecil, the seagull by the seashore. He takes food and no prisoners.
I could feel his wings too. It was like so close.
We've had incidents of him like landing on people's head and taking food out of their mouths.
His favorite foods?
Oh, he's a big
Not
fan of
as
cars.
He's a herring gull. Interesting,
He
Neverwinter.
likes the finer things, like a king crab leg.
The seagull completely devoured it in one go, and it stuck out on both sides of the neck.
And beggars can't be choosers, but Cecil does have his preferences.
No pickles, no cucumbers.
Pickles. He's making a name for himself on the beach.
You gotta watch out. Cecil steals food.
The town putting up these signs warning people to keep an eye out for Cecil.
That's not a herring gull on the sign. People are going to be looking out for a bird in a bandit mask. Meanwhile, he'll just be able to sneak up. They're like, no, he's cool. He doesn't have a bandit mask. Did he put up this sign?
Out for Cecil and his cronies.
He swoops right in, takes food right out of people's hands, takes your fingers with him.
And no kidding, some Cecil survivors let us share these photos. The lifeguards
These are just the people who survive, too. I mean,
tell us they've been busy with Band-Aids this summer.
We did speak with animal control, and the reality is it's a wild animal. It's causing no true harm.
Yeah,
so there's not
this
much
is
we
his
can do
beach.
but laugh along with him.
Unfortunately, Cecil ignored our request for comment. Sir, please. Cecil.
Look at him dodging the cameras.
That would be the cutest, like, kids' book. Cecil steals food. And, it, like, a lesson on sharing, maybe, or, you know, being kind to your neighbor.
yeah, or just, you know, birds. They'll take your food, and that's, I think that's cool. I would feel honored. And not much happening in Maine, says Charlie's Dragon. Anyway, yeah. Pretty good stuff. Anyway, I love gulls. We'll be talking about gulls before I go back out to Utah in just a couple weeks. I'll be going out to do more field work. For 2 weeks, I'll be out there in the field digging up dinosaurs with the Utah State University Eastern Prehistoric Museum crew.
Hello, I'm Sam Neill from Jurassic Park. Let's protect our fossils.
Azawi, thank you for the follow.
If they're
Welcome,
removed,
welcome. Good to have you
America
here.
loses them forever.
Yeah, so I'll be live streaming that as much as I can for all the new folks. Yeah, here. Quick little 1-minute intro video to kind of explain what this channel is all about. Yeah.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There we go. So yeah, paleontologizing. Welcome, welcome everybody. And with that done, we've gone over an hour longer than I was supposed to today. I've got to go make myself some dinner and then take care of some chores and stuff. We are going to wrap things up, but don't go away just yet. We're going to go right into maybe somebody else doing some science right now. Let's put an Archaeopteryx fossil under our credits. Who else is live right now? Thank you to everybody showing up in our credits right now, from new followers to raiders to the moderators who keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. Can't tell you how much I appreciate that, moderators. It's a big deal. Who else is live right now? Science Streams is live. Well, well, well. Yeah, I've got some leftover Thai food that I'm excited to make some fresh rice for, and yeah, red curry with tofu. Oh no, forgot about that. Anyway, we're going to go right into Science Streams. Balint is streaming right now. He is a molecular and systems biologist who does science outreach here. He is playing the new Silk Song game, which I guess is about silkworms or something. He's going to be talking about the science behind that, insects, and how cool they are. So let's go tune in. Thank you again to everybody appearing in our credits. Thank you to those financial supporters, people who gifted subs, who subscribed themselves, who cheered with bits. That's the reason I can continue to do this day in and day out. This is how I make my living, and I feel incredibly lucky to be able to do that, thanks to the generous support of this community. Tom DXK, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I hope to see you all next week. We'll be doing some more paleontologizing starting on Monday at 1 p.m. California time. So I hope to see you then. Take care, everybody, and